Hold on to your butts, storm chasers. Here's the man of the hour, the painter extraordinaire, Thunderhead.
So there's a blast from the past, eh? How are we doing tonight? Folks, I hope everybody's having a good one. I see Dr. Rhino sneaking in there. How you doing, Rhino? How are things, my friend? Scud24, excellent to see you, Lore Friendly. Getting things started off right tonight with that 11-month resub. Holy shit, Lore Friendly, your support means absolutely the world. I know you can't be in chat as much as you'd probably like to, certainly as much as I'd like. But having you here at all is just fantastic. So thank you so much for that resub. Thank you so much for all of the support that you've given over the last year. Data Nerd, Scud24. I already said Scud24. Scud24, I said your name twice. You gotta change your name to Scud48. How you doing, Data Nerd? There, of course, is Roland and Project Dark Fox coming in with that raid to get us started off right. Roland, were you here for it, man? Were you here for the countdown? I did the thing. It has been brought to my attention that Perturbator doesn't give a shit if Twitch streamers use their music. And, as a result, I am reintegrating Venger into our opening crawl. It is back. It is back with a vengeance. Venger with a vengeance. Yeah. Anyway. Do a little reconfiguration on my desk here before we get going. We're going to be doing some 3D design work, jumping back in on that D-Scene Trenchbucket today. Project Dark Fox, 17 months he did. He told me, but yeah, like they announced this a while ago, and I just had no idea. I didn't know because I don't do the twit box. I don't like. I occasionally tweet things. I don't really understand it. I don't really get Twitter. I don't get Twitter. Like, I get a lot of social media, even if I don't want to use it. I understand what it's for. Facebook, obviously. Hang on a second. Turn off that stupid arch light. Facebook, obviously, as we all know, exists for artificial intelligences and content algorithms to sell things to us and to sell our personal information. That's what that's for. Instagram exists for artificial intelligences and content algorithms to sell our art. TikTok exists for artificial intelligences and content algorithms to sell our creativity in 7-second snippets. I don't understand what Twitter is for. Like, I don't get what information I would generally get from it, and yet it was from a tweet that I received vital information today. So it seems like the purpose of Twitter is for vital information to exist on it, and for it to be actively hidden from me because I don't know how to navigate it. Oh God, yeah. Facebook also exists to radicalize people, like my parents, like the whole last generation. Oh my God. Guys, we're living in a nightmare world. Oh, Mel Keller, how you doing? Got a content ID strike on some dash cam footage you uploaded onto YouTube because the Trilogy album was on in the back. That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Oh, it was Blood Music. It was the Blood Music label that did that announcement. Oh my God, too many people have too many similar colors on their names. How do I stream? What is all this? Can we rewind? Can we go back to the first time that I ever streamed? Can we just pretend like we're back there again? Because content-wise, we seem to be. How you doing, Mel Keller? How you doing today? It's good to see you in chat. And some other artists, yeah. There's actually a number of pretty cool artists who have issued just sort of blanket, like, we don't care, use our music, we don't give a shit. How am I going to be taking money away from them by using their music on my stream? I'll put in some credits to the opening crawl next time. The one fun thing is I removed all of the cool little timings that I had on my stream deck to use the music, so I've got to rebuild those. It used to be I would push a button and it would get everything going, and 5 minutes later it would automatically play that ridiculous bullshit from Chaotic Harmony. And then the stream would start, but I had to sit here. Excuse me, I had to sit here this time and, like, push the buttons at the right time. I had to actually work for it. It's fucking crazy. A lot of people in here like purple. Yeah. It's a little bit of I have some of it on the side of my face, too. There's a little bit of purple around here. Painting eyes sucks. Dr. Rhino, what is your process? I've got a decent process for painting eyes that might help you, but I don't. It might be something you're already doing. Roland finally solved his paint scheme problem. Was that for Clans Hell's Horses or for your heavy gear stuff, man? Twitter's for people who want to have to break apart their long message into arbitrary smaller chunks, but not just shorten what they have to say. Also, it's the best way to track Xbox Series X restocks, and I wouldn't have gotten one without. So it's just, no. It doesn't sound like Twitter's for me, generally speaking. I will post to Twitter under my Thunderhead S handle for, like, stream announcements and stuff, but I don't see myself ever, like, using Twitter. Like, I use Instagram. I have used Instagram. It's good for, like, if you're an artist, it's wonderful for browsing art for that one very particular purpose. Particularly in the mini painting community, like, everybody posts to Instagram, so it's easy to find really, really cool stuff on there. It has formatting issues that bug me quite a lot, but overall it's pretty good once you start planning your posts accordingly. Vergatarung, how you doing today, my friend? Are you gonna go back and finish the search? Yeah, we're going back to the beginning, right? We should. That was the first thing I ever streamed, wasn't it? I played The Surge on Facebook. It still has me listed. Every time I go to my professional page on Facebook, I have to click past a this person is a gaming video creator page, because the first thing I posted there was a video, was a stream of me playing The Surge, poorly, I might add. Maybe we should go back. Maybe we should go back and actually play The Surge. Dance with the Dead Gunship, Dan Terminus, lots of synth artists. Fuck yeah. Project Dark Fox, I'll get off my ass and actually put together a list of that stuff. I think that the time has come for us to replace this pretzel-free bullshit with an actual playlist of songs that we like, that we know we're licensed to use, as if we stream regularly or semi-professionally. As if eye socket in black, white over the eye, over that, iris, then dot the PC. You do exactly the opposite of what I do, Dr. Rhino, and oh my god, Vergatarung is Chinese food on the, whoa. When would I have to order Chinese food to have it at the end of my stream? I'll ponder that for a minute. I just found a really good Chinese place that they won't deliver where I'm at, and they're like a half-hour drive, but everything's a half-hour drive from where I live. But I finally, like, we've been without even a good Chinese place to pick up from, and I finally found one. It's by the Lowe's that I go to. So, okay, bear with me for a second. Dr. Rhino, try this next time. Do precisely the opposite of what you've been doing. Start off, go in, splorp the whole area of the eye white, not trying to be careful, okay? Then go in and do your iris just as cleanly as you can. And generally speaking, try to leave a little bit of white on the underside of the eye, but not on the top. So the iris is going over the top of the eye, but it's leaving a little bit of white on the underside, right? Then, come in and clean up your iris with the white. Clean up around it. Then, come in with the black around the white and clean that up into the shape of the eye. Try that. Try doing precisely the opposite of what you've been doing, and tell me it's not easier. Define your shapes from the inside out, instead of trying to go smaller and smaller. Go larger and larger, and then clean up as you go. I think you will like Instagram is Facebook, though. I mean, yes, you're not entirely wrong. It's all the same asshole selling my shit to the same people. Going with green and purple, being Free Worlds League derived. Okay, I got you. You're Intersphere mercenaries. Nice. Trying to match. I'm gonna catch up with chat here. I'm sorry. Trying to match Tabasco colors to model paint. I realize the label uses red, not an orange. I'm trying to figure out whether to add an orange of some kind, or Clan Tabasco crab colors are just Christmas colors. Scud, what the fuck are you talking about? You're painting models in a color scheme derived from Tabasco sauce? Is that... I mean, they are Christmas colors. Basically, you got the red and the green, and that's really, really hard to do without looking like you're painting a Christmas elf. Twitter is the sewer of the internet. I think 4chan still holds that title. 4chan still exists, right? Like 4chan and maybe Parler are the sewer of the internet. I'm not saying that Twitter is anything positive. They might be like the sewage treatment plant of the internet, but I would argue that there are things lower. Doer Wildstar found the easiest way for you to paint eyes is to do the white, come in, do the pupil, like the way it looks, fill in the flesh around the eye. Yeah. This is almost precisely what I'm talking about, Doer. Didn't even get to the twist. Wait, there's a twist? What did I miss? What did I miss, Forgotten? Lay it on me. What about hearing time crime 40 times a stream? Yeah, we gotta fix that. We definitely have to fix that. Oh, God. Stream Safe Night Ride FM. I'll take a look at that later. I'll pull up a tab. Oh, Stream Safe Synthwave Registry specifically? That actually sounds really useful. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that open. We're gonna check that out here in a little bit. Thank you so much, Mel. I really appreciate that. Oh, you'll play the game eventually. Oh, the twist in the game. Wait, there's a twist. I thought the twist was in the beginning of the game. It's pretty twisty from the very start. The Surge. I guess there's another twist coming. I really enjoyed... Okay, I played the Surge 2. I didn't play it on stream, but I did play some of the Surge 2 after that. And it's really frustrating for me, because the Surge 2 has better gameplay. The Surge 2 absolutely has better gameplay than the Surge 1 does. Surge 1 is not bad. It's not bad gameplay. It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Surge 2 is better. But I do not like the story or the presentation of Surge 2. The Surge had this wonderful body horror isolation aspect to it. And the way the story was delivered was very, very obtuse. And the Surge 2 was much more open and kind of cartoonish. And most of the enemies were fully functioning humans who hadn't been lobotomized by industrial equipment. And I don't know, it just didn't do it for me. I lost interest in the story of the Surge 2. Was the amusement park DLC, is that for the Surge 1 or the Surge 2? Because I do want to play the first one again. I don't think I'll ever go back and finish the second one. But I should go back. For one? Oh, excellent. Excellent. Alright, new Dune trailer. I haven't actually watched it yet. I'll pour myself something to drink here. We're not having a bottle of champagne tonight. It's just a very, very fancy bottle of New Belgium. This is New Belgium's L'Amour en Cage, which I'm sure I'm mispronouncing. I believe that means love in a cage. It is a Feder-aged golden sour ale, re-fermented on golden gooseberries. And it's delicious. I can open it without scaring the shit out of myself. We're almost there. Okay, don't break anything. Anything delicate up there? No, I don't think so. Whew! Landed directly on my computer case. Whee! Every night, Shack 21, every night with the mood lighting. Ah, lovely. Well. Oh, this stuff. I don't know if you've had it. These New Belgium Reserve sours. This shit is like... If you've had a sour, they're tart. This is something else entirely. This is like... Oh! I love it, but it takes some getting used to every time. It hits you. It hits you all the way back here, in the back of your jaw. You know, and like you can feel your neck tightening up. It is tart. It's real tart. How you doing today, Shock 21? Ooh, oh, I'll have to get a few sips in before I really acclimate to it. I went to the fancy booze store. I bought myself some fancy beers. I've been feeling aimless all week. Shock 21, I'm sorry to hear that. If it helps at all, and I don't know your particular situation, but I'd like to tell you, you don't have to have an aim. You don't have to be aimful all the time. Shock 21. You can take some time, my friend. You can have a week that's just like I didn't get anything done that week. It's fucking okay. Give yourself some time. It'll come back to you. Do I go with Army Painter or Rainy River Designs? Between those two, Roland, I would recommend Rainy River Designs. Now, I'm not just saying that because Kursala and Data Nerd are Rainy River Design. Like, I genuinely am not just saying that. As far as, like, because if you were to ask me, like, which paint is better? Is it Pro Acryl or Rainy River Designs? Like, I love Rainy River Designs. It's hard to say that anybody's better than Pro Acryl. The quality of their paint is fucking phenomenal. I would give you an honest opinion on that. Rainy River Designs to Army Painter? I would do Rainy River Designs. They're better than Army Painter. Without question. Oh, excuse me. IRS got around to giving you a refund finally. That's awesome for Gatorung. You got around to taking my money finally. Actually, no, they took my money immediately as soon as I filed my return. Wombat Combat Prime dropping that sub right in the middle of the stream. How rude. Oh my god. Wombat Combat, thank you so much for the 7 months, man. Thank you so much for being here. Can we get a shout out for Wombat Combat Prime? Good friend of mine from down in Tejas. Sometime streamer does some painting on his stream these days. What word was that going to be? What word was going to start with J? I forgot before it got all the way out of my mouth. Genuinely, there we go, genuinely. And a very entertaining guy to watch. Check out his paint stream. I've been working on improving his rig a little bit lately. I'm looking forward to seeing the results. Ooh. Last weekend was man weekend. Everything always feels a bit empty for a bit after that. No, because you were filled with all that. All those men, am I right? So we're gonna get into a little bit of 3D design tonight, folks. Hope everybody's having a good one. Oh no, that was intentional. I choose my words very carefully. Sometimes I do. Every now and then. Wiener jokes. All right, let me pull up my reference here. I finished Invincible, the one season of Invincible that exists. It's my understanding that there's more of it. The story keeps going. There's like 3 omnibuses of Invincible from Image Comics. I'm considering just reading them, because I really enjoyed the first season enough that I'm like, I want to know what happens next. And I think I would still enjoy watching the show even after having read it. I don't think I'm going to get into spoilers here in the stream, but if you're on the fence about watching Invincible, on Amazon Prime with J.K. Simmons and every fucking buddy else. Zachary Quinto is in there. John Hamm does a voice in like the first 3 episodes or something like that. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. It's not perfect. Mark Hamill, yeah, he's in there. If you, like, particularly if you grew up enjoying Justice League Unlimited, specifically the Justice League cartoons and the DC animated stuff, you will fucking love Invincible. It gets compared to The Boys a lot. I don't think those, like, I understand those comparisons. I feel like they're very superficial. There's more going on than just what was going on in The Boys. The comic was good for a while, but just kind of went off the rails eventually. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I want to know that the story's going someplace. I want to know that. I enjoyed it for what it was, though. Okay, then you wouldn't like that then, Shock 21. No, okay, that is one thing is very true. It is shockingly ultra-violent. That is something I should say. Don't sit your kids down in front of Invincible and go, hey, it's a kid's show. It is not. It had scenes of animated violence that shocked me. It had scenes of animated violence that made me physically recoil from the television. It was... it was really something. End of the first episode, something happens that's just like, And I think it's well timed at the end of the first episode because it lulls you into a sense of like, you know, oh, it's superheroes and we're learning all the names and all the teams and then something happens and you're just like, what the, why the, huh? And then, you know, the rest of the show you're kind of figuring out what the and why the and huh. Oh, I should have made this piece oriented to this line from the very start, but I didn't do that. I didn't do that at all. So we're gonna fool with it a little bit. Maybe just rebuild it. Maybe just rebuild it based on this plane. I think that's the easiest answer, ultimately. I guess it doesn't really need to be. It kind of fits just fine the way it is. I think I'm just being... I'll come back to it if I don't like it later. The initial skirt plates are working just fine as it is. I'm going to go ahead and put a little curvature on the top here, though. Like so. Yeah, I thought, like, of all the characters who were kind of sleeper hits for me, I like the Mauler twins the best. They were a lot of fun, and I liked the revelation as you go along with those characters, with them arguing about which one's the clone. I'm the original, you're the clone. There at the end when they do a clone job for somebody and they explain, like, we discovered early on it's vitally important that neither is able to prove that the other one is definitively the clone, because that just goes incredibly poorly. So it's not just that they're arguing about it, it's that they figured out they actually have to have that point of contention between the pair. Otherwise, psychologically speaking, their relationship doesn't work. No, I can see it. I can see it, Wombat. Like, if you watch The Boys and you look at Invincible, you could be like, well, it's like The Boys. Generally, it is... in the sense that it's like superheroes, but with kind of a cynical, dark take on it. It's just that I think that concept, that genre, is new to a lot of people, but if you've been watching / reading, you know, comic book hero fiction for a long time, like, they've been doing that forever. That's really, really an old trope, and there are many, many different takes on it. It's just that if you haven't been completely current on all the fiction, you wouldn't have any reason to know that. So I can see it, but it's not exactly like it. If you've seen The Boys, you still have a very good reason to go ahead and watch Invincible. going to increase the size of the pelvis overall. Before I do that, I need to have a reference point. Go. Select this point here. That's not bad. Move the whole thing up just a little bit and probably thicken these skirt plates. Yeah, that's pretty good. Maybe not up a full millimeter. Maybe 0.6, 7.5. Let's go with 7. That'll do the job. Invincible is more like Justice League Extreme. Yeah, it has Justice. I mean, Invincible certainly has more to do with the actual DC Universe tropes than The Boys does. The Boys definitely borrows the Justice League setup to do its own thing, but it has more to do with modern society in general. In my opinion. Oh, it definitely does. So Pine Ridge and Patrician's Garb. Those are the two colors. I'll have to pull those up and take a look at them a little bit later. Alright, we want a little shape here on the front of the pelvis. Mirror that. Go ahead and extrude it out. 0.35 or so should do it. Make it just a little bit bigger. Just a touch. Oh my god, what's going on? Nanotanks. 15 months of subscriptions, Nanotanks. How you doing today, man? What are you working on? It's always a pleasure to see you in chat. There's something a little funny going on here. Thank you so much for the support, Nanotanks. Creator of some of the teeniest and tiniest creations that we ever see in the Storm Report. Which you might have guessed from the name, to be fair. Thicken you up slightly. Go ahead and ditch this one, since it's been modified, put in a new one. Got some of Death Ray Designs' new 6mm Battletech compatible resin vehicles. Yeah, no, they've been doing really good design. Austin over there has been on like a crazy design kick for vehicles lately. He dabbled for a little bit in terrain. They did their Hex City line. I'm under the impression that they did not love the results they were getting from FDM printers, but they're really, really in love with their resin printers. So they're kind of full on like, all right, forget all that shit. We're going to do a bunch of resin stuff. And yeah, he has designed a whole lot in a very short period of time. It's very impressive. details on this? Looks like a little chamfer on the edge. Other than that, not really. I might put a little detail on there. Other than that, I'm liking those skirting plates pretty well. So I need to think about the torso and the waist design. I'm gonna wind up putting a little tiny bit of a waist plug on here. Now, what I want to do is make it so that the torso can easily be repositioned on the waist. So I'm going to wind up wanting to create a curved surface here, and then a concave surface on the inside of the torso, so that you can kind of position it however you want. Now, I've never done multi-pose figures before, so we're just going to be kind of making it up. I'm just going to knock some of my corners off here. Yeah, all the stuff from Death Ray Designs is really nice. They do good work over there, generally speaking. I've always been very impressed with their MDF terrain offerings. How you doing today, Arkrave? Kind of how I'm thinking about doing this. Slapping a plane. Right here. I'm going to give it some symmetry, length and width-wise. I don't think I want it to have more than two faces in either direction, because I want it to be nice and smooth, and it's not going to be very complex. So we're going to keep it simple. Home from work sick. Arkrave, I hope it's nothing serious. I wonder if you could use a shape like an octagon to make a pin, so it could articulate by being slotted in. That could work. You could do something like that, Wombat, but in this case I wanted to have multiple axes of rotation. I see what you mean, though. If you were to just have a pin rotational point, and you were to use a polygon for your pin, you would then have sort of what's the word? Sort of a graduated articulation. This can work. I'm going to eliminate the front-back symmetry here. Yeah, ball joints aren't terribly difficult to make, assuming that this works. Trying to keep it fairly simple. Wonder if I could close it up and then just combine them. It's not going to want to do that on a single plane. That's understandable. I just want to make sure everything intersects. Which it appears to. I guess I could ensure that it does. Doesn't hurt to be sure. Just take you 0.1 in. There we go. And we'll knock that corner off, no problem. Hey, POV, good to see you, man. Hope everybody's having a good time out there today, as, you know, as good a time as one can have. But with everything being either on fire or just unbearably fucking hot. It definitely is a hot one out there today. I'm gonna have to test print this a few times to see if it actually does what I want. Or not, or I may have to redo this joint. Nope, don't create a sketch there. It's not what I want you to do. Or there. I know, you just got open sketches, and that's my fault. I need to close them. I'm terribly sorry. That's better. Gonna let me join these, are ya? That would be way too easy. That's okay. Because you know what I can do that's an even better idea than what I was just doing. I can just use that as a guide for a pre-existing body. Rather than trying to do complex and fiddly combination procedures, I'm just going to take this body and I'm going to split it by the plane that I've created in here. Now I can ditch that, make you invisible, and now I have this nice, weirdly shaped dome that's probably going to wind up, if I had to guess, I would say this is going to wind up not being curvaceous enough for what I'm trying to do, but I'm just gonna make some basic forms here, and I'm gonna print it out, see how it fits, and adjust from there. But this is our basic idea. It's also slightly oblong. The shape might not work if you want to twist the torso a lot. So in reality, I may want to narrow this. If I make it shorter, or if I just bring the torso down far enough, you probably won't notice that for the most part. I have no center point? What's wrong with me? Let's just even you out ever so slightly, eh? Just by 10%. As long as the torso can move around on that, that'll be good enough. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as I do this for Gadarung. I want a curve that's the same angle all the way around. What I ultimately want is a ball. But that also depends on the shape of the torso that's going to sit on top of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the rest of the torso before I worry too much about this connection point. Because, like, the shoulders can just be balls. Yeah, not a full ball, a portion of one. But ultimately with the same curvature going all the way around. The shoulders can just be almost complete ball joints. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish building it, and then I will just kind of tweak it after I get some test prints in. As a man with media opinions, finishing up a rewatch of the 8th Mobile Suit Team, need a recommendation for what Gundam series or mecha anime generally to watch next. It won't feel too bad of a letdown in comparison. I have to concur that 0083 Stardust Memory is fantastic. POV, have you watched Fang of the Sun Dugram in its entirety? Because if you haven't, all 75 episodes of it are on Netflix right now. Not Netflix. Oh, what am I saying? YouTube. It's on YouTube. God, no, it's not on Netflix. That's crazy. It's crazy talk. Let's start the torso here. I highly recommend Fang of the Sun, Dugram. It is an excellent show. It takes a little getting through. Some of the parts are a little silly, particularly in the beginning, but it comes together towards the end very nicely. Guess here. Yeah, you'll POV. You will certainly enjoy at least one of those. Stardust Memory also has some of the most. I like the intro to Stardust Memory, but the song, The Winner, is like one of the most English songs you'll ever hear in your life. It has English in it. Congratulations to you if you can tell what it is they're fucking saying without the subtitles the first time around. Not at all, WJ. Thanks for being here at all, man. That's not the angle I want. that a little steeper. Richie Kotzen did an official English cover of it. I haven't heard that. That actually sounds interesting. Before you even get your Kickstarter stuff, you're assuming you're going to get your Kickstarter stuff at all. Roll now, you'll get it. You'll get it. We're getting closer and closer to that date, for that matter. Have that jut out a little further than the bottom one. I think that'll be good. It needs a little bit of a cut in. There's more to it than that. There's two kind of angles that I want to work with here. So actually, I'm going to change that. And we can take it in further for the next cuts. If it goes straight up by about 0.6, and then we'll have another higher angle there. And then something like that. Go ahead and drop these surfaces in slightly. Starting to look more like it. I don't even pay attention, like, at all to the announcements from the BattleTech Kickstarter at this point. Like, it'll get where it's going whenever it gets where it's going, and that's all there is to it. None of it's coming to me anyway, so what do I care? When it hits retail shelves, people will let me know. Hey, White Wolf, good to see you. Posted the cover in the Discord, fantastic. Thank you for that. What's wrong this week with CG? Just, same shit. The same shit that's always wrong. Who the hell knows? This will likely be the bottom of the shape. There. And kind of all the way up to the shoulder, or just short of it, is what we're looking at. Lined up with that. Slight downslope through the torso. And in the back, it looks like a fairly similar shape. Maybe back further. I haven't really done the back angles at all yet, so I'm not really operating on anything. Grab you. And let's go ahead and pull you out into the start of the torso. Getting there. Latest update from a few minutes ago. We are continuously watching the final wave 2 containers and prepping for their... Yeah, it's just nothing. It's just nothing. They do that a lot. See, Iberben, this is why I just don't ever back Kickstarters, personally. I don't like them. I do not like them. Even when everything goes according to plan, they find a way to annoy me. But everything finds a way to annoy me, so I guess that's not really an indictment of almost anything. Take those just a little bit higher, but so far the proportions on the torso are pretty good. Yeah, I mean, at this point with the way things are with global shipping, like, even I, the king of cynicism, have to be like, look, guys, the people at CGL are just waiting for notifications. They have no power over anything that's happening at this point. Pretty much all they can do is post regular updates that go, you'll know something when we know something, and that's where it's at. And yeah, I think that it would be best for them to just say that. Be like, with the way things are, we're not sure how long it's gonna take. So when we know something, you'll know something. Like, this would be a quality update. Go. Yeah, it's... I also wish they would say we don't know. But again, thankfully, this is why I remove myself from that whole equation. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Right now, the only thing I'm waiting on is news from, like, Privateer Press Kickstarters, and that's fine by me. Looks like we got a little extra something on the side here. It's going to require me to fudge a little bit, but that's okay. this a separate piece. Get rid of you entirely. Where are you out? Do the same with you, and now you should have a symmetry parameter, so let's see if it worked. Doesn't look like it did. That's okay. Do it the old-fashioned way, which is really not very difficult or old-fashioned at all. And I think maybe deepen this little chest crest ever so slightly. Like so. The other thing I could do is give it a little edge around it. Now, pull that in by 0.25. Give it a little bit of a chop. And then on at least 3 sides, go ahead and drop it in a bit. Why are you doing that? Let's go ahead and start putting some of these bodies into components. Need to create a torso eventually anyway. Go. Alright, these are all going to be torso components, and they might as well be in the... or torso bodies, rather, so they might as well be in the torso component. Has the Shadowrun Kickstarter finished delivering yet? Is that gonna happen? Is that a thing? I think that Wave 1 got in kind of just under the wire on everything getting fucked, though, Roland. Like, everything after that got delayed. And I mean, I would accept the argument that this is probably the best Kickstarter that CGL specifically has ever done. But that's not saying a lot, since previous Kickstarters of theirs have ended with actual embezzlement. So, yeah. I just don't like Kickstarters. I don't like Kickstarters as a general rule. Steel Warrior Studios keeps trying to get me to go in on one, and I don't know, maybe eventually we'll do something kind of like a Kickstarter for a terrain set or something like that, but I don't like it. I don't either, for God wrong. As a personal opinion, I don't like a lot of things about the company, but I try to separate that from the general love for Battletech, because it's not like I can prise it out of their hands, so we're stuck with them for the time being. How about a Kickstarter for an unnamed game? And it's a conversation we still need to have, Beta Nerd. I don't know. Personal opinion. So, you know, don't take everything with a grain of salt. I don't think CGL's a very good company. They run things in a funny sort of way. are not particularly friendly with their own fan base outside of a very, very vocal minority that they're kind of weirdly nepotistic with. I don't really want to go into it a whole bunch. If you've been on the stream, you know my opinion about them well enough by this point, and I don't think I'm going to change anybody's mind on dealing with them. And at this point, it's not like you really have that much of a choice. They are the BattleTech guys for the foreseeable future until they screw something up royal enough, at which point it'll be somebody else. But BattleTech is one of those properties that's been so mishandled that even a company like CGL can have a pretty decent run at it. I mean, I do that. I do that, White Wolf. I don't give them any money at all. I make all my own shit and I print all my own mechs. But that's me, and I'm not going to stand here and encourage other people to do the same, necessarily. It's up to each person individually. Oh yeah, that's the, I was gonna show. It won't show up because it's in black and I've got a dark camera, but... the admin building for the air and spaceport is this fucking thing. It's huge. It's a big old brick piece of terrain, but I'm pretty happy with it, and I wanted something that was particularly large, since the air and spaceport is going to be... It's something that's been important to me as I've developed sets for the Hextech terrain line, is I don't want every single set to be just a reskin of the same shapes. I don't want every single board that you build to be, you know, a different coat of paint on what amounts to functionally the same terrain. So, I mean, this is the thing, Vergata Rung, hollowing this doesn't help. I've tried. The Data Nerd, if you'd like to see it, I've got pictures on my Instagram of this currently in a sort of a visualization of how you could build the airport. And Vergata Rung, you would think hollowing it would help, but the thing is, once you hollow something like this, once you put big voids in the bottom, what you wind up having to do... Looks like you can see light through what's printing. No. Not over there. You're probably just seeing reflections. Vergata Rung. It's also very narrow. So, you can't really see it, and I apologize for that, but if you look at this flat building here has a void in the top of it, right there. There, you can kind of see it with the light shining off of it. That void can be either this little thing with a couple of sensor dishes on it, or it can be a control tower. And the slot is large enough, you shouldn't have to glue it or magnetize it. You can just have two different versions of the same building by slotting this one piece in, is the goal. Because the admin building is large enough and useful enough that you can have a couple of them on the same table. But having two control towers doesn't necessarily make any sense, so you can use it as like either control tower or admin this way. But as I was saying, it's something I keep considering every time I make a new set, is that I don't want them to all just be reskins of one another, even though a lot have the same footprints. So, the airport, the air and spaceport, is designed to have lots of wide open, flat spaces with a few very large line-of-sight blocking buildings, and then a number of smaller, height 1 to 2 small structures kind of worked in there. Whereas Trinity City is meant to be very dense and have lots of narrow canyons, whereas the entirety of Drop Base Delta is designed to have small clusters of height 2 to 3 buildings. The idea is that each board can be built uniquely and provide a different play experience. And hopefully that comes through in the final product. Data Nerd, I'm going to be... So this is something that I'm doing after the Air and Spaceport releases. I'm not going to be working on any new sets until two things happen. One, and most importantly, I am going to get caught up on painting all my own shit. I need more pictures of built boards, even if all I'm doing is priming and dry brushing them, even if that's the only thing that I'm doing. I'm going to do it. You laugh for God or wrong, but I will do it fucking dry brushed in a single color if that's what I have to do so that I have less bare plastic so that I can get some better product photos. And the other thing is I'm going to go back. I'm going to start at the beginning, and I'm going to release an expansion for each set. I already have the Trinity City expansion at about 80%. And then we'll be doing an expansion set to Drop Base Delta. We'll be doing an expansion set to the Trinity City walls. We'll be doing an expansion set to the Fluid Works and to the airport. And we'll also have some more Borealis components coming out. There is enough diversity in the Hextech line right now that I think it's time to start capitalizing on the modular nature of what I've designed and expanding on what already exists, rather than feeding people new sets to keep buying into. I'd like to take some time, and like we did with the Trinity City sort of redux, is I'd like to support the products that people have already bought into. Unexpected, good to see you, man. How you doing today? Can we get a shout out for Unexpected Painting? A truly excellent painter, who, of course, we're not doing model painting tonight, but if that's something you're interested in, this is a guy you're going to want to be following. Yeah, you and me both, Verg. You and me both. Yeah, this chest could be a lot deeper. A whole lot deeper, and I think that's what we're gonna do here, is make it so. Not a whole lot, but I want to deepen some of these angles. What? That's not the point that I selected. This point. Thank you very much. There we go. That feels better. Also, 3D design desk. Wouldn't that be 5Ds? Oh god, what? It's not. That's not the D we're talking about. Unexpected. How you doing today, man? Yeah, I want to release some more components for the Borealis and some infrastructure specifically for it. Is going to be the goal. Oh, you know. You know exactly what I'm talking about, Unexpected. Playing 5D chess while all the other designers are still stuck in 3D. We got more D than you know what to do with. As in the dark, that is my favorite D, to be fair. Yeah, speaking of the heat, God, it's been terrible lately. It is 100 degrees outside right now, and just no clouds, no wind, no nothing. Just you and the sun, and almost no, just almost no atmosphere up here. Even it's crazy. Grass that would normally be growing right now is just crispy fried brown. And I mean, on the one hand, it means I'm mowing less, and on the other, it's like, well, dirt and dust. We're real high up, Shock. We're real high up. There's atmosphere, but it's a little thinner here than you might be used to. Alright, I'm gonna need room for both of these to connect. Yeah? So let's see what I can do here. From here to here, I could probably create a plane. Get it at the angle that I want. A little steeper. Maybe 5 degrees less. That can work. Maybe carry this back even just a little bit. Give myself some extra room. Say hi to Bezos for me, going to space on our fucking dollar. Good God, what has the world come to? How's this gonna look? This has gotta be at least 0.9. That's not bad, really. I wind up having to make a 2-plane sketch to do the other one, but I think I've got room for it if I adjust this one ever so slightly. Remember when billionaires used to just go up in hot air balloons and fail at circumnavigating something? Those were the days, weren't they? Now they ride great big penile replacements into fucking space. Since we're talking about the D, you're not wrong. I wish you were, but you're just not. Anybody been playing any tabletop games lately? I have, thankfully, over the course of the last few breaks that I've been taking, they've all been taken almost specifically for the purpose of getting in a little bit of tabletop gaming, and I have been quite grateful. I never played that much of City of Heroes, Roland. I remember when it was out. City of Heroes, didn't they have some legal trouble? Like, somebody went after them for the use of the word superhero, and was it DC? Because I know DC Universe Online came out a little while after that. Ran a Lancer one-shot last night. How'd that go to Square? 40k League started before that, doing a little bit of Battletech. Nice. I have recently had the chance to actually get in a decent amount of play for Conquest and Warcaster, and that has been very, very nice. Got some Kingdom Death in last week. DC did, but the courts tossed it good, because that I remember hearing about that and thinking, well, that's bullshit. I even like DC and think that that's a nonsense move to pull. I didn't even rant. I didn't rant, Data Nerd. I talked very calmly about things. I had fun. I had fun playing those games, though. Warcaster is a really, really good game. Every game that I got in with Hethrir was really close. That's not an experience that I have that often in competitive games. Not that I'm, like, so unbelievably good at them that I'm locking people out. It's just... I feel like that's indicative of decent balance and a largely skill-based system when two players of roughly equivalent skill level can match each other point for point throughout the game, while doing things relatively intelligently, and at the end of it come out with, because each game came down to like one roll. One roll would have completely changed the outcome. In each case, on the very last turn, right before scoring the final point, the players had to look at it, look at the whole board state, and ask themselves, like, okay, what is it that I can do here? What can I change? We're able to come up with one single Hail Mary play and then desperately try to employ it. Ran a mission against an artillery battery. They teleported the artillery to them and kicked its shit in. Yeah, artillery generally doesn't do all that good up close. I don't know. It's kind of a funny thing. I guess I want to leave that until I've added the details in, don't I? Yes, I do. So why don't I just go ahead and do that? Let's extend you a ways. Edit my sketch. Do symmetry on that line. Come out 0.15. Might be a little too large. 0.12. Sphere, how you doing today, man? How's the paint been coming? I've definitely been in a bit of a painting rut myself lately, but we're trying to break out of it this Sunday. What you been working on, man? I don't want that. There we go. Sphere is an excellent painter, by the way, guys, and a really fantastic streamer. If you're not following him already, I highly recommend it. Let's sketch out of here. Oh, wait, no, I need that sketch. Come back. Come back, sketch. In fact, let me edit you, so that my paths are all correct. There we go. Let's create a pattern here along a path. Specifically this one that I used to create it in the first place. And the torso components back so I can see how this looks. Lore Friendly, thanks for being here, man. Just thanks even for just stopping in. It's always a pleasure to see you. Have a great night. The extent, I want it to go right about there. Spaced differently. Let me see. Let's just suppress that one. There we go. Trying to power through 80s guitar and some robots, and it is rough. Those numbers are disheartening for sure, Vergaderone. But man, you've got a great process. Sumatha, fantastic to see you, man. Welcome in. Oh man, this sour is kicking my ass. Setting up some projects for the Necrons, trying to keep myself from pulling the trigger on some display/travel cases. Woo! Yeah, I'm gonna. Thanks, White Wolf. Oh, I can't just slug this one, man. It will kill me. It will be the end of me as you know me. I'm gonna do that again. I didn't quite like how that lined up. Right there. With the ability to suppress, yes please. That's more like what I'm thinking. That looks pretty good. Well, Nuln Oil hides many sins. And of course, what did we call it before? The regiment effects, that quantity has a quality all its own. And when you put 80s Guitar-y together, Vergaderone, you're not gonna notice many of the things that might otherwise bother you. Adjust it in slightly. That's okay though. Because really, I can just give this a little extra push out. Like so. I don't think that really changes anything for the worse. Never gonna hit Costco soon, but yeah, actually here in the near future, Sumatha, I'll be sure to ping you before I head over there, because yeah, I'll be in your area. God damn. Oh. Wonderful on a hot day, but I'm sitting inside in the air conditioning, and it's just stripping the enamel off my teeth. Alright, now I'm going to need one that comes out and then goes up and curves inward for a connection. I'm going to need to make a 3D sketch on 2 planes for that, which essentially means I'm going to put it off for right now. We'll just be as lazy as humanly possible for a short period of time here. Before I do that second bit of tubing. Duplicate this one for the moment. Down a little bit more, not quite that. Let's go with 0.3. The waist needs to be extra narrow anyway, so I can afford to put a little extra height on the torso. Up by 10% again. Bring all the torso surfaces down. Maybe not quite that far. I'm just gonna make you disappear for the moment. Funny little waist that I've been working with so I can focus on this. Absolutely, Sumitha, I totally understand. Yeah, I need, like, if anybody's gonna be stopping by my place, I need, like, 48 hours notice so I can even be awake when regular people are, for the most part. "30 orc boys at once, never again." I will say that for an army of orcs, these days I would go right into oil paints sphere for that. I feel like that would be a fairly simple... Painting that much green skin would be pretty simple to do in oils, I think. Have your tooth replaced early November? Oh, that's fucking great. I'm glad you're able to get scheduled to Square. Like so is what I'm thinking. And we'll actually end up having to move it back, won't I? That's okay. I won't make it too terribly large. First of all, I've never seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, so I read the word cheeseburger in the voice of Randy from Trailer Park Boys every single time. Every single solitary time I read the word cheeseburger, I am thinking of Smokey. Man's gotta eat. I should watch the Meatball movie. Is this really the kind of movie you would recommend to someone who doesn't actually have kids? Who has like a long list of super edgy cinema he keeps meaning to get through otherwise? Is it really the kind of thing? I'm not saying it definitively isn't, I'm just saying, you know, contemplate your answer is all. Got everything primed and ready to go for Saturday. Need to make up a schedule, though. Primed up my Artisan Series hold. Ooh, interesting. Got more Warriors and Immortals primed also. So something we're going to be doing, Sphere. Here on the stream, on the Discord, I think we're going with the miniature minutes. I need to get a better handle on how much time I'm spending on any given painting project in the assembly and painting and finishing phase. And so, any interest in doing the Suicide Squad for movie night next month? Would that be doable? Are they going to release that on streaming? Right off the bat? That's an interesting idea. But yeah, we're going to be having... I'm just going to be sort of charting how much time I'm actually spending on each phase of any given project and when I'm doing it. Not really for the purpose of, like, definitely doing more, but just having a greater understanding of how long it takes me to do things, and I'm encouraging other people to participate. Just logging the amount of time you're spending. Okay, I sat down at this time today, and I assembled these miniatures for this game, and I got up from the desk at this point. So on and so forth. And the idea is not to necessarily share it or to brag about it or to rub it in anybody's face or to feel bad about I should have spent more time. No, it's not the idea behind it at all. The idea is just so that you can get a better grasp. And if you feel like sharing, if you feel like bragging, that will certainly be allowed. But it's not necessarily a requirement for participating in what... I'm going to start off with it being just a month-long endeavor. And if it goes well, I think we're gonna continue doing it. But Sphere, if you feel like that would be helpful to you at all, I would encourage you to participate. I'm gonna be starting up a channel for it on the Discord as of this Sunday. To Square, we're talking about the new one, right? The James Gunn Suicide Squad? The one that's coming out next month, I assume? I need to put up the voting for this month's movie night because we are doing it on Saturday the 31st. To be fair, Data Nerd, that's been like most kids' movies for the last while. At some point, somebody figured out that they could do pretty damn well making kids' movies that were also geared towards the parents that inevitably had to watch them right alongside them. Most of them, not all of them. You know, I tried to watch a movie last night. Guys, you know me. You know me pretty well. You know that I'll watch some real shit. I'll watch some real fucking garbage, and I'll enjoy it. Unironically, I will enjoy the garbage. I will have fun watching it. And last night, I tried to watch the new Bruce Willis, Frank Grillo movie that is on Netflix currently called Cosmic Sin. I like Frank Grillo. I don't really give a shit about Bruce Willis anymore. I think, like, Bruce Willis at this point, he's got to be affordable enough that you could probably afford to have Bruce Willis in your fucking home movies if you wanted to. Like, he'll do anything at all. And, I mean, he'll look bored the whole time that he's doing it, but he'll do it. Frank Grillo is a better sign of potential entertainment to me than Bruce Willis is at this point. Because Frank Grillo is just, he's a good action guy, does a lot of his own stunts, does good fighting, wields a handgun believably. And I enjoy him in a lot of movies. I enjoyed him in Beyond Skyline, which is funny because the first Skyline movie is absolute throwaway trash. And then the second one that he's in is actually really, really watchable. And yeah, I fired up Cosmic Sin thinking, well, this will be bad. This is gonna be a bad movie. I have not seen Boss Level, Roland. I keep meaning to dig into that. This is gonna be a bad movie, though, I figured. But it will be entertaining up to a minimum level. And it was just... It was so unbelievably just... It was unfucking watchable. I turned it off 20 minutes into the movie. But there is one thing in this world that I will never turn off after 20 minutes. I would give it at least an hour, hour and a half, and that is Riot Sister.
Hello there.
How you doing, Riot Sister? It's good to see you. I'm kidding, I'd give it at least 4 hours. Come on. Bruce Willis's best movie was The Fifth Element. I have a hard time disagreeing. The Fifth Element was lightning in a bottle.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
The Fifth Element was lightning in a bottle. Because almost everybody associated with that movie has gone on to do other things, and they all suck. Luc Besson has been slurping turds for years since then. He did, like, From Paris with Love, with, the dude who played the religious psychopath in Vikings, whose name I can't think of right now. I'm sure somebody's going to remind me of his name. I can see his face. I can't think of his name. He looks a bit like a young Malcolm McDowell. And John Travolta in From Paris with Love. And that movie was pretty watchable, but that's like the only movie I can think of that he's done in the last 10 years that's been worth a shit. He also did that one in the world... I can't remember the name of it now. It was so terrible. Valerian and the City of 1,000 Worlds or something? I don't know. That movie sucked. And Luc Besson is kind of a creepy dude. Gary, okay, yeah, no, you're right, Artgrave. Of all the actors in that, and okay, not everybody. Because Gary Oldman and obviously Ian Holm were both in that movie, and they have gone on to do wonderful things. Brian James did a number of entertaining things and then died. But almost everybody else who was in that movie just kind of does poop now. Jonathan Rhys-Meyers, thank you so much, Roland. That is the guy. Datron Voltari, it's a pleasure to see you. Riot Sister, how have you been doing? Frank Grillo versus Mel Gibson. I hope Frank Grillo wins. I want to see Mel Gibson get punched in his face. But yeah, I tried to watch Cosmic Sin and it was fucking awful. It was terrible. Nothing made any fucking sense on any level. Like, not one damn thing. And I'm telling you guys, it takes a lot. I will sit here and I will evangelize Pacific Rim, a movie that I acknowledge is just like... No, Pacific Rim isn't dumb, though. Pacific Rim is not dumb. Pacific Rim is not particularly smart. But on no level is it dumb, and it's very intelligently made for what it is. And Cosmic Sin is fucking stupid. Like, characters just sort of, like, swagger into the scene and start delivering exposition directly to the camera in the dullest way possible. It's like someone sat down and thought and said to themselves, like, can we write an entire script composed of literally nothing but cliche? Like, we're not allowed to use anything that is not a cliche. Let's go. Let's see what we can do. And I've never seen Bruce Willis looking so bored in a movie before. And he's looked pretty bored. But he's like, yeah, I'm the military guy. Oh, I used to be tough and badass, and then I did something controversial, and now everybody hates me, but they're gonna bring me back for the thing because I'm super badass and aliens or something. Fuck it, I don't care. Did you sign my check? It was terrible. Got back from a quite tasty birthday dinner. Datron Voltari, was it your birthday? Was it your birthday, Datron? Because he didn't tell me if it was. Settling in for a relaxing evening with adult peoples with all the children seconded to grandparents. Ooh, that sounds nice, Datron. Thank you so much for the well wishes. How is Fang of the Sun? Oh my god, it's fucking fantastic. If you haven't watched it, Arkrave, I love that show. Fang of the Sun Dugrim is a magnificent show. All right, what's my next step here? I just thought I'd let you know, in case you're browsing Netflix and you're like, Cosmic Sin, it's got a budget, it's got Bruce Willis, it's got Frank Grillo, it'll be entertaining. It's not. Don't even fucking bother. It was unspeakably bad. Not worth watching on any level. I gotcha, Datron. Having the real birthday just a little bit earlier. Well, happy birthday to you, man, and I hope that you have a fucking fantastic one. Why is this music so creepy? This might wind up getting lengthened, this vent. But then a lot of things might wind up changing, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. Been longing for some mecha to watch. You will not be disappointed in Fang of the Sun, Dougram. It's old, but as long as you can stand how dated some of the animation is, you'll absolutely love it. It's one of the better mecha anime that's ever been written. Datron, I hope that you had a fantastic birthday dinner today. I hope that your actual birthday is not too insufferably child-soaked, but then some people don't mind that as much as I do. I've only seen 4 Bruce Willis movies and liked them all. Which ones were they, Argrave? I'm curious. Yeah, Bruce Willis... I don't know, has Bruce Willis ever been a sign of quality, really? He got like a weird cult-like following from a handful of very, very specific films that everybody liked, but he's done a lot of garbage since then. Mafik, it's good to see. I saw you pop in to chat earlier. I'm sorry I didn't say hi. How you doing? Hudson Hawk. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Hudson Hawk is a lot of fun. I haven't seen Hudson Hawk in a long time. "12 Monkeys." Fair dues. 12 Monkeys is excellent. Unbreakable... Unbreakable is a good example of a movie that I would say I liked it more before the artist continued his vision for it. Of course, there's always the original Die Hard. I would also argue Die Hard with a Vengeance, though not Die Hard 2. Die Hard 2 was... Bruce Willis was fine in it, but it was not a very good movie. Yeah, Unbreakable was like... Unbreakable was better before I watched through to Glass, when they bring him back. I loved Split. I thought Split... This is what gets me. Split and Unbreakable are both really pretty excellent movies, and then Glass comes along, and I fucking hated Glass. Okay, fucking hated Glass. That's very, very strong. I don't think I hated Glass. I think that Glass was weird and sort of cheapened the other films by its association with them. Tears of the Sun was okay, David Rogers. I mean... You know what, I'm not even going to say that. I'm not going to criticize Tears of the Sun. I'd have to remember more of Tears of the Sun to criticize it more accurately. I will say one thing, David Rogers games. Tears of the Sun spawned an entire generation of people wearing that fucking faux hawk that Bruce Willis had in it. That haircut is the thing I remember the most, because everybody got that haircut after that movie. that was kind of the problem a lot of us had with it, Shock 21, and it's like Unbreakable needed to keep going, but the direction they chose to keep going with it in was questionable. And, you know, like 15 years later or some shit, maybe it wasn't that long, but it was a long time. Hey, what's up, WJ? How's the podcast going? Split was fucking amazing. No, I agree. I think Split was like, pretend the other movies don't exist. Or if you have to watch them together, like, there's no real connection between Unbreakable and Split, except that at the end of Split, they're like, hey, do you remember that movie we made 10 years ago? Like, there's no other connection. It's just a completely different movie. And it's great. And yeah, James McAvoy did a fantastic job. Who the fuck is this? What's up, Sheza Gaming? How you doing today? New stream, who dis? There we go. Recombine these. I think I'm just gonna do a face split here. There's an electronics store? That doesn't count. That doesn't count, Riot Sister. That's like saying every movie with the McDonald's in the background is set in the same cinematic universe. That doesn't fucking count. I was like right on board with people being super excited for the advent and the rise of the cinematic universe when it started to happen, and these days I'm just sick of it. I want to go back to the days when movies could happen and just be the movie and not like 9 movies that all had to be interconnected and all had to fucking mean something. Gonna read some manga. Ooh, what you reading, Buffy? No, we're not right now. Sheza. I like Loki. I didn't have any problem with Loki. I think if I had to have a problem with Loki, like you put me on the spot and said complain about Loki, I'd say something to the effect of, the last episode was a commercial for Disney Plus, which you already subscribed to, which it was. Or rather, the last episode was a commercial for the next round of Marvel products, but is that really a complaint? Is that really a complaint, Mike J. Murdoch? I don't know that it is, and thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to... It's just me whining. It's just me whining at the moment. Oh, the Iron-Blooded Orphan spin-off manga. Nice. I think Loki was good overall. Like, I don't know. I look at Loki and I think it was like... It was inoffensive. There was nothing in Loki that made me go, this is dumb. It was just like, it's entertaining. It's Hiddleston doing his thing, which everybody enjoys seeing. That new actress, she was just fine. The guy playing Kang, he's fine. I don't think I'll ever watch it again, but that's true of so many things these days that I don't think it's really a complaint. I think it's just like yeah. The things that come along to make me go, I'm gonna rewatch this are so few and far between. That can't be an honest criticism of anything. There are at most 3 properties that need to be cinematic universes. All the others, please stop. Yes, Drakari, but money. But money, you see. Cinematic universes make money, and everybody wants the money, so... It's perverse. It is perverse that, not technically Vergaderung, they announced a while ago that, what's his name? Jonathan something, he was in, Cthulhu country was cast as Kang the Conqueror for Ant-Man. What's the movie called? Quantumania? Ant-Man Quantumania. This is not a spoiler. Jonathan Majors, thank you, Riot Sister, was cast as Kang the Conqueror for Ant-Man Quantumania. Again, this was in the news months before Loki came out. And while you do get, and I don't think this counts as spoilers, Kursala. I'm gonna say you get some of Jonathan Majors in Loki. He's not really playing Kang though. Is just some of his acting, and you'll enjoy it. Godzilla Monsterverse, MCU. They tried to do Tom Cruise. They tried to kickstart the Universal Monsters cinematic universe, and I can't think of a more misdirected property. That was crazy. And the movie that he did was terrible. I don't watch the news. Well, that's your fault. It's not really a spoiler. What am I doing? I'm just scrolling around here trying to remember what it was I was going to do next. Here we go. It's tricky with Marvel spoilers because it's like, what can you talk about? What can't you talk about? Once something has been turned into a meme on Twitter, does it still count? It's a madhouse. Who the hell knows anymore? I try to pick and choose things that I think are actually going to affect your enjoyment, and knowing that Jonathan Majors is in a couple of scenes of Loki will not affect your enjoyment of the show whatsoever. Experience ruined. Oh no. Oh no, I'm so sorry for Katarung. What have I done? That to be bigger. A little bit bigger. There, I think. Be pretty good. There we go. I like that. All is one piece, if you please. Excuse me. Could be a Hasbro cinematic universe. I mean, there kind of is. They're doing a new G.I. Joe movie that they're branding G.I. Joe Origins. Because nobody tried that already. Right? Do we just not talk about that film? I like it that at this point we've sort of communally processed the existence of X-Men Origins Wolverine, and only because Ryan Reynolds came along and fixed everything. G.I. Joe, Transformers, Mask. Oh, God. It wouldn't, though, Drakari. It wouldn't be good. We've learned that. Like, they keep doing it over and over again, but the only properties that wind up any good are because of very specific artists being involved with them. The DC cinematic universe is one of the biggest jokes in all of entertainment. And they've got, frankly, a lot of talent working on the DC Cinematic Universe, just all of it being hamstrung by bean counters and Warner Brothers executives. I don't give a shit about the Snake Eyes movie. It's just, like, I haven't even watched any of the trailers because I don't care. Who the hell wants to watch a Snake Eyes Origins movie? Have you heard about Space Jam? So, I haven't actually looked anything specifically up about Space Jam, but I heard that it's basically just one big terrible commercial. Which, the first Space Jam... Like, I was a kid when Space Jam came out, and I don't remember it being that bad. I don't think I've watched Space Jam since, like, the late 90s. It was not one that I was eager to revisit. But I hear it's a mess. Word has it Cavill's jumping to Marvel. I mean, if he wants to actually make money, that's a good move, because him continuing to be Superman is a fucking mistake. There's never been anything wrong with Cavill as Superman. I think he's a perfectly fine actor. In fact, he does a great job. It's just that he's given absolute trash writing to deliver and trash movies to be in. Live-action Gundam movie in the work. Why? What the hell is bringing Gundam into live-action gonna do for the property? What is it that they can do in live-action that they can't do in cartoons that is going to quantifiably improve the experience of a mecha fan? Fucking nothing. Why do they keep doing this? Ion Raptor, tell me, why do these things keep happening? Can you answer these things, Ion Raptor? Can you tell me why the world is such a damn mess? Yeah, money. No, that is the answer, unfortunately. There's no other real answer to deal with. It's just because money. Because money, money, moolah. That is why right there. There's kind of a central keel coming out of the back of this guy, isn't there? Narrower than this. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying not to just complain about everything all the time, and the world's making it real fucking hard on me right now. What's good? Let's talk about something good. For the love of God, there has to be something good out there, right? What's coming out in the near future that looks good? There's Suicide Squad. I think that looks pretty good. It's being made because money, but at least the people in charge of making the money have put their money in the right places for the most part. Howdy, howdy, Heretic Scott. How you doing? Bring this up in line with the lowest point on the torso. There we go. Even I am bored with my own complaining at this point. That doesn't bode well. For anyone who wants to know how a live-action Gundam movie would go, just watch G Savior, and you'll wish that it had stayed animated. I've never even heard of this, which doesn't bode well. I've usually at least heard of things. What is good? That's a good question. What is good? Exactly, Wombat Combat. Good, these days I would define good as almost anything in media or entertainment that can make me feel something. Something that can reach into my cold, dead heart and just for a moment just fire off a couple of nerve endings inside of me that make me go, oh, or hey, or huh, or even like that has to be worth something, right? And these days I'm just so many things I watch and I'm just bored, just terribly bored, and I can't be, but I look to so many of these things for inspiration, and you can't be inspired and bored at the same time. These two things are antithetical to one another. Finished off some Cast Marines yesterday, so hopefully getting them uploaded soon. Heretic Scott, I look forward to seeing that, man. You do some fucking fantastic work. Could we get a shout out, by the way, for Heretic Scott? He's still streaming, right, man? I haven't had the chance to pop into any of yours in a while. WJ, no problem at all. You've got shit to do, and thank you for being here. New shawarma place opening up. I hope it's shawarma, not sawarma. Because if a shawarma place is opening up, that sounds like a fast way to get an infestation. Likely to be either incomprehensible or bland, or so bland as to be forgettable. Wait, what are we talking about? Dune coming out soon? Yeah, I have no hope for Dune. I'm reserving judgment. I don't want to be too much of a negative Nancy on Dune, but it's just, I look at it and I'm like, the fact that David Villeneuve is such an auteur and an avant-garde director is meaningless in that context, because there's so much money in the movie that I feel like he's not gonna be allowed to do anything really interesting. And I could be wrong, I hope I'm wrong. But there are way too many cooks in that kitchen and way too many stars in that fucking movie. Streaming yesterday, but haven't been able to stream for a few weeks, as long as you're still going. I mean, you don't have to stream, obviously, but as long as you are, folks, you should go give Heretic Scott a look-see and a follow. Great fucking painter. Trying to think my way through the next step here. Got a decent start on the torso. I'm gonna raise those vents a little bit. Let's see. I think the trick might be widening the whole thing and then flattening a little bit front to back, or just widening. Just widening might be the key. Let's try that. Oh, hold up. Not too much, because I don't want to throw off the tubing I've made too much, though I can always recreate it. It's not terribly difficult, but enough I don't have to. How you doing today, Ion Raptor? Another streamer, by the way, who you should be following if you are not already. You enjoy 3D design in particular. Ion Raptor does a whole lot of it, and more competently than I. Let's do a quick scale comparison to our Shadowhawk. I guess it doesn't need to be wider, does it? It's right in line with the Shadowhawk as it is. I guess I'll just leave it. Using that as my sort of basic reference point. Maybe the waist needs to be lowered a little bit. The pelvis, rather. Maybe shorten the legs slightly. Riot Sister, thank you for the reminder. Oh my god. Oh, I love terrible movies. I love terrible movies, Sumitha. You know that. I will happily check it out. Looking at it on paper, finally get all your Necrons loaded into your pile of potential. Still need to inventory and add all your Tyranids. This is the lesson I think that I'm a little afraid we might learn from lining everything up and logging it all out. Is oh my god, we got too much shit. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. Finally able to get your stream running again for the most part. I'm glad to hear that, Ion Raptor. You do some fucking fantastic stuff. It's 10 tons lighter. I mean, I know, but I'm still... Like, I wave my hands in the air and I say something about density, and it's all fine, Vergatarum. Key Lime Twizzlers. That actually doesn't sound bad. Like, nothing about that actually sounds bad. Okay, all that is highlighting your message, saying the word high life. But you're not... You haven't redeemed something to make me compliment High Life. So it's not gonna happen, Sheza, because High Life is a horrific movie. High Life is an absolutely offensive film. And I don't say that about many movies, but I found that movie disgusting. Not just a space box, it's a space fuck box, people. It is a box of fucking. That's all it is. I like bad taste. Heretic Scott, you're not going to get me to say anything bad about Peter Jackson's gross out movies. Because, like, bad taste / Wait, is bad taste the same as Brain Dead? Or there's one that has two titles depending on which release we're talking about. I'm trying to remember which one it is. Dead Alive. Dead Alive and Bad Taste are the same movie, and then Brain Dead is a different movie. And these are both by Peter Jackson. Forgot it wrong, you don't want to know, man. It's a weird space movie made by a repressed, actually probably not repressed, maybe way too sexually liberated French woman, starring Robert Pattinson, that is just offensive in every conceivable way. But see, that's the thing about Pete Jackson's gross out movies, is like they were made to gross you out. That's the whole point of the movie. That's the whole point of everything that he does, is just gross out mega gore, and it's like... How can you really criticize that? You can say, like, I don't like this movie, but if the question is, does it accomplish what it set out to accomplish? I mean, yeah, it did. It's disgusting. And then at a certain point, a guy takes a lawnmower and he chops a bunch of zombies into pustulated pieces, and you're like, yay! Hooray for Pete Jackson! Now let's fast forward a while. Wait, you're saying this is the guy who's eventually going to make the best Lord of the Rings trilogy ever created? What? Starring a bunch of Kiwis? Oh, that's horrible, Sheza. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna compliment Meet the Feebles. Okay, everything he made wasn't phenomenal or exactly my favorite, but again, I feel like it all pretty much did what it was setting out to do. What's my next step here? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a short bio break. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna grab myself something fresh to drink. I think I'm probably gonna brew a mug of coffee. And I will be right back, folks, so don't touch that dial. We will get right back into some 3D design just in no time at all. I'll see you in just a second. It's raining outside right now. We have not gotten almost any rain. Almost no rain this year. It's been a little nuts. The rainy season kind of came and went. I should say it was raining. As I stood out there, it actually stopped, but we got a little bit of it. And that was nice. I stood there for a moment and enjoyed it with my coffee, but it is all too short-lived around these parts. How's everybody doing? Hey, Valfera, good to see ya. Oh man, oh man. I've been trying to think of things that are coming out soon that I'm like excited for, and the list is so short anymore. We're not gonna have new Attack on Titan for a while. Like a year or some crazy crap like that. It's supposed to be like winter next year, 2022. Literally nothing I'm looking for right now. Nothing you're looking for, nothing you're looking forward to. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. That's what I figured you were probably saying. It's up in Larkspur on Sunday, and actually not mind-meltingly hot. We were lucky in the time that Hethrir was out here on the property that it was reasonably temperate for the time of year. And by reasonably temperate, I mean only about 90 to 92 degrees. Last few days, though, it's been getting up to 100, and it's just like, I just write off the middle of the day. I'm full-on siesta mode at this point. I'm like, you know, I'm terrible about being up in the morning, but that's like one of the only times you can do something. Other than that, evening work. Yeah, Roland, that's happening pretty soon, isn't it? I'm glad that's working out for you, man. So he brought the good weather. At least he brought some not shitty weather. He didn't exactly bring good weather, I wouldn't say, O'Coral. Good weather would be what we're having right now that is so short-lived that it ended while I was watching it. August 2nd? Nice. Very nice. I'm glad to hear that. Someone say siesta mode? Well, being the siestinator, I can believe that. Yeah, no, I'm right there right now, Rio. I am right there. Nap through the worst part of the day. Just why fucking bother? It's good to see you, Rio. How are things? I've been having a little burst of the desire to play video games lately, in the sense that I've been playing Chivalry 2 a lot, but even that is starting to fade. Like, I feel that coming to an end. It was a lot of fun for a couple of weeks, and players have settled into a meta now, and it's become less fun. It's become less fun since everybody knows what weapons do what, and everybody's using the same weapons because they're the easiest to do, and I'm like, I'm probably gonna wind up cycling back to like Satisfactory or Factorio again here pretty soon. Love me my single-player games. I tried playing that game that Alara Kerensky and Chaotic Harmony were recommending. Foxhole, and just couldn't, like, it's rare for me that I play a game and I just nope out of it within like the first hour of gameplay, but that one for me was just like, nope. And it's because as I play it, I see like I could totally get into the logistics half of the game, and if I did, I would wind up playing it for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I didn't want to do that. I did not want that to happen. My only two options with that game are to play it way too much or not play it at all, so I'm just not going to play it at all. Ark? I find Ark very intimidating. Ion Raptor. And thank you for getting that shout out, by the way, Project Dark Fox. I find Ark very, very intimidating as a game. There's so much to it that other people are so well versed in, and I'm just like, I'm flabbergasted by the number of expansions and all the extra crap, and I'm just like, There are other lesser games that I can play that don't intimidate me as much as that one. I think I own it because I got it like as part of a Humble Bundle or something like that, but I've only messed with it a few times. Yeah, they've added a bunch of stuff for Gadarung to Satisfactory. I just unlocked the next tier of stuff on my world that I've been playing in Satisfactory, and I got the ability to build a little hover pack, and I can build the flying drones now. I haven't built any of them, but they added those fairly recently, and I'm looking forward to trying them out. Was in a PvP match in Destiny 2, still stuck on it, but I don't do the meta, which is probably why I get stomped. Dude, fuck the meta. Fuck the meta. Who the fuck needs the fucking meta in every single game? I'm so sick of the meta. I'm so sick of... And this is one of the reasons I end up not doing a lot of multiplayer gaming, is just like... winning is not really the... And, you know, I get that for some people... For a lot of people, like, at a certain point, winning the game is fun for you. That's the fun that you're getting out of it. And this is one of the reasons I often don't bother with a lot of multiplayer gaming. Or why I default to things, that looks better already. I like that. I just needed to increase the size of those a little bit, scale them up. I don't know. You know what it is? Truthfully, deep down, I have a real nasty competitive streak. I have like an unhealthy competitive streak inside of me, and if I feed it too much, I become sad. If I feed it too much, I realize that I ultimately don't have the time to devote to being as good as I want to be in most of those games. And I fully acknowledge that other players are just straight up better than me. But like, I want to spend the time, but I can't afford to spend the time, you know? If that makes sense? Well, you know, you gotta learn to dance somehow, Riot Sister. So no multiplayer for me, for the most part, except for whatever reason in Chivalry 2. I don't know why I get into the slasher competitive multiplayer pretty well. Yeah, co-op games. Definitely co-op games for Gadarung. Hunting monsters. If only there was a game devoted entirely to hunting monsters. You know, like the whole game was like a cooperative or single player experience where they were like monsters in some type of strange land, and you like hunted them, and then you would gather resources from them, and you would increase the quality of your equipment and build new stuff so you could hunt bigger and better monsters. We could call it something really original, like Monster Tracker, you know, or Beast Hunter, something like that. We should talk about this. If Chivalry 2 had Frontier Defense, right? Oh my god. I love the objective mode in Civ 2. Do they have to crap, Rio? Is that the necessity? Installed a few light mods for MechWarrior 5 and was hooked all over again, one of which included many more mission types. I'm waiting for the magical combination of mods to arrive. See, yeah, this is like what Ion Raptor's saying here intrigues me. Got a bunch of mods that make it more fun for a night. There has to be some magical combination of mods that will eventually make that game fun for me. It's not that I don't enjoy the core gameplay, it's just that, yeah, the mission types became so boring so fast. Like, astonishingly fast. Coyote's mission mod really helps with that. Intriguing. Most intriguing. What does it do to the missions in particular? I don't want to be sketching. Why did I start that sketch? Because they were all just very samey before. Something like this is going to wind up being the ball joint for the... Well, here's a question. Is it better to have the socket in the shoulder or in the torso? I wonder. What are the advantages to each? I'm just going to leave that there and ponder that for a little while.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha because he likes to slide it to the left and then slide it to the right and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Screw you, Chaotic. Screw you, man. Make the arm have the shoulder, it could be printed and detailed easier. The rotation point for this design is definitely removed from the torso itself. So I think having the joint, the actual ball, be on the end of a shoulder joint, and then having the socket be on the bicep and the shoulder makes sense, because then the arms can kind of move and rotate around that as long as I leave a wide enough space. If the mech were fundamentally designed differently, it could make sense to do it the other way. But this is going to be the kind of situation where I'm going to build it, and then I'm going to print multiple copies and just sort of test and see how it feels until I land someplace that I like, and then apply that to everyone moving forward. Experimentation. Hold up. That's a good point, actually. Split you here. And then bring you down. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Why do you use this as a reference when I've separated you? It seems like Fusion sometimes almost randomly decides to... Hang on a second. You're not keeping a history, are you? You shouldn't be. No, I don't think so. Okay. Almost randomly decides to use objects as references to one another. Been impressed by Light Recon and Patrol. Light Recon gets more chaotic the harder it is. Patrol can surprise you in so many different ways. You have the arm, have a piece of the ball, and the torso have a very slight indent. Yeah, that could work, Berg. I feel like the trouble you're going to run into there is that is going to severely limit the ability of the arm to... Because you want the shoulder to be removed from the torso. You want a gap here. Because otherwise... You run into the problem where the arm can only cross the torso so much. It's restricted by the shoulder joint. It can essentially only rotate on a single flat plane and can't actually come across the body, which I don't want to be the case. Well, robot, yes. Yes, robot, but in this particular style of mech, these mechs are very often reaching across their own torso. Reaching across to, like, aim a weapon, or reaching across to hold on to part of a weapon. You need a little bit of give there, which you can get by separating the shoulder joint outward. I'll go ahead and detail this little piece since I'm pretty happy with it. Significantly smaller, if you please. Something like 0.3 will do just fine. Thank you very much. And you don't need to actually have a cut in there. Nope, that was the wrong button. Don't do that. I need to redo all my shortcuts since, Fusion was kind enough to erase all of them on the last update. That was pretty great. I want it even narrower than that. There we go. Yeah, I should have some water, Project Dark Fox. You're not wrong. So Sumatha Fusion did an update recently that erased all of my shortcuts, and it even erased all of my, like, customized toolbars and everything, and it was really lame. How you doing, Chewy? What's up, Roland? What you got for me? Do a Dugrum in a Black Widow landing pose, the superhero landing, like with the fist punching the ground for no reason. I can give it a try. It could probably be done. Jeez, Riot Sister, that's a bit of a reach, isn't it? No, none of the files, nothing that is in the cloud, nothing that I've saved, nothing like that. Just shortcuts, which is its own whole realm of frustration. Alright, there's that little detail mostly done. Looking pretty decent, I think. Definitely gonna have to do some test prints on this just to make sure all these details come out crisp. Some might have to be reconfigured or deepened. I have regular coffee, but thank you. How you doing, by the way, Chewy? How are things? How's the painting coming, man? You've done some pretty kick-ass stuff recently. Let me try something. No, of course, none of these are in the torso body. Let me fix that before I do anything else. Or in the torso object. Components! Nomenclature's hard. All this should be in the torso. So that I can go boop and make it disappear. You know, Chewy, I feel like everybody hops onto streams more in the wintertime. No, merely offering me a coffee. She knows me all too well. Nope, don't move faces. I need you to move bodies. There we go. Just an actual sphere could work with a little bit of reconfiguration. Not even much. I don't even think it would look terribly funny. I am going to shrink the pelvis again, though. I think I oversized it. Not sure why I did that. I think that's been the source of a lot of my woes, messing with the scale of everything here. Downscale the pelvis ever so slightly, and then probably downscale the thighs a little bit. Get a little lighter. A solid reference point for this if I'm gonna do that, though. Just 5% goes a long way. Clear all my old sketches here, since I don't need them. If I drop the pelvis slightly, too. I'll leave it as is. A lot of this is just going to have to be kind of by feel. maybe, like when I lengthen the front plates, if I lengthen the side plates slightly, that'll feel better. A little bit. I don't know what it is that's throwing off for me, but something in the proportion of the legs and the pelvis. You lengthen my front plate. Barkax, how was the stream, man? I was chilling and lurking for a little while before I went on. How did the rest of it go? I finished those D&D characters? Fuck yeah, Chewy. I look forward to seeing that. You get it, guys? It's a joke about wieners. It's pretty subtle. It might be a little advanced for you. It looks like, you know what it looks like to me right now? It looks, and it's in the pelvis. It looks like, remember that scene in The Last Jedi when Rey and Kylo Ren Skype together and you're like, oh, Kylo Ren's a super badass Sith. He's gonna look awesome when we see him next. And the camera cuts to him and he's got like granny pants pulled all the way up to his tits. That's what it's looking like to me for some reason right now. And I mean, it shouldn't, because again, the proportions are about the same. Maybe if I do this. Maybe if I do something like this. Rotate this from this axis. Bring it up 5 degrees. That does look better. I'm not sure exactly why that looks better, but it does look better to me. I think part of the issue, too, is that the knee plates from directly in front kind of blend into the legs themselves. There isn't much differentiation. So it's sort of throwing off my perception of them. Yeah, Trotsky, I think the knees are kind of what's throwing me off. Shock21 dropping that sub 11 months. Shock! My God. Shock21, thank you so much for your support, man. It absolutely means the world. Got 2 more Marines painted. That was a pretty cool scheme you were laying down there, I saw, Barkax. I'm gonna leave it for now and just kind of keep working. There's gonna be plenty of tweaks to do before this thing is done. Let's work a little bit on the back here. I do like the idea of using this ball joint. I just have to enlarge a few things to make that work. Even just down like that, I think will actually work decently. And see, that's an actual spherical ball joint, so if I can make that fit, then in theory the torso should be free to rotate any direction that you want. It's a narrow waist, but I don't think that's really a problem. We'll be waiting with bated breath, Riot Sister. I don't even know what that means. What is bated breath? What, like, I don't understand. I'll still say it, though. Bite me 33 pound, says Shock21. Wrong window, my ass. That was intended for me, and I know it. Let's try and fill out the back of the torso a little bit, I think. The easiest way for me to get this stupid program to separate these is to just make a new component built around this body. Now when I modify it, I shouldn't use it as a reference for anything. Lucky me, it doesn't. Let's go ahead and flatten this out a little bit and then probably widen it. Yeah, it's not referencing anything but itself now, which is nice. Something I am gonna do though. What? There we go. Let's take out the angle. Posted the finished product to the Storm Report. Fuck yeah, gotta go get some food finally. Hell yeah, man, you just had a stream. It always, like, I know that it's just, like, courtesy, and people always do this, particularly after they raid. They're like, I'm so sorry to raid and run. Raiding and running is common practice. Barkax, you just finished a stream. For the love of God, man, get something to eat. Go for a fucking walk. Stretch your fucking legs, Barkax. What are you doing? Thank you so much for posting the Storm Report, man. I'm looking forward to seeing what you were working on. Why won't you let me select the face? There it is. Okay. I don't know why, just from that angle it was acting funny. And Project Dark Fox, do feel free to interject if at any point I'm adding geometry here that you didn't have in mind. I reserve the right to ignore you, of course. But I think you probably knew that. It looks like tubes come out of the back of that vent and go up into here, so I actually want to adjust this. Why are you only selecting certain faces and being really weird about the angles I'm allowed to select at? What is wrong with you? Looks like a tube comes out of here and goes into here. Which has to be just fine. I just want something to fill in this space. Waffles, the Wonder Fish. How you doing today, man? Them some shiny balls, man. Wait, huh? What? Bumblebee tuna? Bumblebee tuna. Excuse me. Your balls are showing. Bumblebee tuna. Is it horrible that I want to see this Trenchbucket like those bad cell animation Gundam figures I showed last week? I don't. Rio, you can do whatever you want with this, man. Is there an option for ignore back facing, and do you have it checked? Yeah, you can select for it to not select through objects, but generally that isn't a problem if I have select faces selected. Select, select, select. How many times can I use that word in one sentence? Because it defaults to the face that's towards you. It's useful for things like, if I were to select edges, it would do a lot worse, because it would be like there's an edge here, and there's an edge here, and there's an edge here, and there's an edge over here. But faces are a much broader selection. Oh, I haven't made a pelvis component yet. How silly of me. There we go. Much better. It's possible, Kursala. I actually need to go through all of my settings. It disabled like everything. It turned off my default materials, my default render space. So I had to go back in and redo all that, and it still doesn't actually load perfectly every time. It's just Autodesk being a bunch of assholes. At this point, I can show you generally how, though, I intend to break this up. The idea is that in its final form, and actually just making this connection point actually fixed a lot of this visually for me, which is silly. The idea is that I'm going to do 3 to 5 versions of the legs in different poses, a series of lunges, steps, a running pose, kind of a braced pose, stuff like that. And then that will be everything up to here. This will all be one single piece, with the feet properly flattened so that you can just glue it right down to a base. And then the torso will be a completely separate component with a socket here on the bottom and then 2 ball joints on the shoulders and either a socket or a ball joint up here for the head. And then the head and arms will be separate. And I'm thinking, again, instead of doing arm, like shoulder, elbow, and wrist, it's going to be a series of arms in different poses, and then you can just take the arm that you want and position it however you want to on the shoulder. This is the operating theory right now. Bring this out a little bit. Not much. There, like that. Just emphasize it slightly. I really like these. I really love the design of the torso that Project Dark Fox came up with on this one. Alright, what was I doing? I remember. Want all the pelvis showing, just that part of it. Boop. There we go. Make myself a little shroud housing for this. Oh, no, don't. Okay. That was weird. Why are you deselecting things? Stop deselecting things. I don't want you to do that. There we go. Doesn't even need to come all the way down. It just needs to come down. I think there. Will be pretty good. Barely noticeable from the front. Not really a problem in the back, and still leaves me space to put a piece here. But most importantly, well, I'll do the cutout for that a little bit later. And obviously, I'm going to want to leave more space than is strictly necessary for that. Let's bring it up ever so slightly, just to merge all of our shapes together. Make sure that doesn't come out anywhere funny. No, looking good. Excellent, excellent. Glad to see it. Let's bring the legs back in. What happened to most of my pelvis? There it is. It's like, oh god. Where will the chainsaw go? So, legitimately on my list of things that I would like to make is the, have you guys seen the concept art for the four-legged robot, for the Kovalevsky robot from Robot Jocks? Hang on. Let me find it real quick. I've got it in my inspirations folder because I absolutely love the design from the concept art. This is a great example of somebody drew an amazing concept, and then somebody else had to make a prop that could move around and do things, and they were like, nothing you drew makes sense, you son of a bitch, and they had to settle for something that just isn't as cool while still trying desperately to bring across the idea. I think that physically it can make sense, but they were having to make puppets, like 4-foot tall puppets that they were then using for stop-motion animation. And I am not quite as restrained as them in more ways than one. Where is it? I know I've got it in here. Here it is. This is the concept art for the Kovalevsky robot from Robot Jocks, the four-legged one that you may know specifically from this clip right here, which of course I'm partially covering up like a fucking genius. Hold on. Where is that in my sources list? I just put it in, and now I can't find it? Oh, this is very concerning that I can no longer affect the source that I just put in, the picture that is now covering a good portion of my stream. I can no longer select? What is going on? What, OBS, what are you doing to me, man? Okay, there it is. I see what happened. For some reason it got put into my clips folder, which is not where it belongs. I was like, oh my god, it's stuck there forever. Oh, OBS, you so silly. I'm just trying to order things. I'm not trying to put it in the group, for God's sake. Okay, there we go. Because I want to play the clip, but over it so you can see it. Do I have another shot of that robot? A good shot of it? Not really. You can kind of see it in this one. But you only get a, you know, you can see how its legs are built. It essentially looks in the final version as if it has two sets of human hip joints, one inside the other, and then two sets of human legs. Whereas this has more like a set of crab legs, where one set of hips is mounted behind the other. When I look at this machine, and I can totally understand why, if you were making puppets, you might go with something with more of a traditional human hip joint, because animating this would be tricky, particularly in stop motion, because it looks like it wants to scuttle, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks like it wants to, like, crab scuttle around the arena, which would be fucking cool, don't get me wrong. If you're making big robots that are gonna fucking punch each other, making one that can kind of scuttle from side to side would actually be pretty effective. But it just didn't quite come across. Spaztech, good to see you. I actually started modeling that as a tripod for Battletech about 1.5 years ago, but as it turns out, it wasn't good enough yet to do something that complicated. This is definitely on my list. Hey guys, if you got ideas, Sumitha, anybody out there, feel free to stat this one, and we'll try to get to it at some point in the future. I wouldn't mind a Project Dark Fox if you felt like taking a run at this particular mech, making some sense out of it, refining the details. I'll say one of the things I really like about it is that if you look at the proportions of the Kovalevsky, it resembles, like those big, bulky cosmonaut early EVA suit concepts from, like, the Space Race. They had those big, like, Robbie the Robot style ball joints, like in the arms, you know, those simple ball rotation points. And the shoulders are mounted, like, really high up. And then they sort of down set the head or the cockpit almost down into the chest. I like this version of the machine much better than... And don't get me wrong, I love the Kovalevsky from the movie. I think it's an awesome fucking movie. But I like this version better, and I'd love to do it. We'll do Project Dark Fox. Yeah, I'll put it in... I'll Discord it to you, no problem. Clearly wanted to make the second version have much more of a dangerous predator appearance. Yeah, and that's the thing, like, this one would not have been as imposing, I think, is maybe why they didn't go with it. Because the Kovalevsky in the movie it's huge and it's tall and it towers over the Matsumoto. There's even a scene where it raises its legs up as if to stomp down, and it looks like a spider. It looks like a spider raising its legs up in threat. This one would have been lower to the ground, but at the same time, if you're talking robot fighting, like, lower to the ground would have been even more effective. If it's lower than you and it's punching up, and it's got, like, those nasty pistons, so it's hitting up like this, it's going to be more likely to knock you back and off your feet, because robots are going to have a hard time balancing. Of course, I'm injecting way more sense and thought into this than I think they ever did when they made the movies themselves. I think Tripod would be more menacing, because, you know, suggestive names always... Yeah, they should have... Well, see, what's funny, Thunderdome Drew, is they definitely went with that. I'm going to play this clip again, because this is from the movie. The movie that they made... After looking at this concept art, they thought to themselves, you know what this robot is really missing? I'll tell you what this robot is really missing. Is a chainsaw for a dick. That's the same robot. They took this concept art, they made it taller, and they put a chainsaw in its crotch. It was an interesting choice. Thunderdome Drew, have you not seen Robot Jocks? It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube and it's great fun. We should, okay. We haven't done Robot Jocks on our movie nights, have we? We've done Pacific Rim. We haven't done Robot Jocks. What would be a good movie to pair with Robot Jocks? Hip design. Hang on, let me see. Yeah, it's got human hips. And one is slightly forward, and then the other is raised, back set, and a little bit wider. But all of the thighs are coming forward from the hips, whereas I feel like the back set of thighs should be coming more outward. And the waist is weird on the final version they made, too. If you look at how high the waist is, it's strange, isn't it? I don't know, this machine in particular struggled in its transition from concept to reality. Make a thunder skunk. Sculpt what you need to do for the thunder skunk is sculpt up a skunk and they'll just make it horrible, make like it have spines coming out of its fur and nasty fangs dripping stink juice, and then sculpt like a little dude with like a pistol who's, so you can scale it. So like the thunder skunk is 10 times larger than a man. And when it sprays its horrible musk, it actually melts you into the ground. A reciprocating saw. Hang on, let me look at this version of the Kovalevsky 42. Yeah, see, now this version that you linked here, Kursala, this is much, much closer to the final version. See, Mannix, they didn't shy away from the suggestive motions in the final robot because we also got this. Ooh. Oh my god, look at it. Look at it go. If that's not suggestive, I don't know what is. This version that you linked is much, 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 much closer to the final version of the Kovalevsky 42. The leg design, the feet. This is how the hips are actually oriented on the final machine. It looked so awkward walking with these legs. It looked like a person, like a sack race where they tie two people's legs together. It looked like one of those trying to walk. It was incredibly awkward. Though it looks like this version has more of the torso features of the Kovalevsky 41. Which, by the way, as a kid, if you look above the cockpit, those two funny little vents to either side of the cockpit, I always saw a face there as a child. I don't know why, I always saw that as like a big pair of angry eyebrows. I always loved the laser pods coming up over the shoulder on this guy, though. It's such a cool looking machine. And particularly on this one that I'm showing on the screen right now, I love how the shoulders are set really, really high up, and then the head is down set deep between them, so it has this look to it. That's as descriptive as I can be. Ah, my god. A concussion beating like that is arguably the greatest pilot killer that wouldn't break the machine as bad. Oh, no, it is. And in all fairness, that's what happens in the movies. He just goes goom, 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 and hits with the piston fist. And what's her name? Athena just gets knocked the fuck out. She's just done at that point. Which, yeah, if you were getting hammered like that, you'd be unconscious pretty quickly. That's a David White Battletech version. Interesting, Kursala. I'm gonna have to compare that to the final version and see what he changed. Is it mostly in the weapon arrangements, I wonder? Yeah, Sumitha, we've had that one linked once already. What would he have? How would you represent rocket-powered flying fists in Battletech is my question. Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, please let me know, what weapon in Battletech would you use to represent rocket-powered flying fists? Or even piston fists, what would that be? Would you just, like, take the damage profile of a, of, like, a melee weapon, like a hatchet, and apply that to the punches? Is there an equivalent weapon, like, anywhere, even in Total War? Pile drivers, just like you did for the Big O Atlas. I'm not familiar with the weapon. I'm not familiar with pile drivers. This is very interesting to me, though. Mech taser. I would use a claw. Bomb fist. I like the way you think, Mafik. You just combine words into awesome-sounding things. You should work for Privateer Press. They love doing that. Every single time I read the weapons on the cards from Warcaster, I'm always making fun of them. Like, what's the one? It's like, phase trajectiles. What the fuck is a trajectile? That's just two words slammed together. But you can generally tell what it does. It's like the replay bullets from the ZF-1 in The Fifth Element. There's a weapon called the Lance that functions similarly, so it's like a power thrust kind of thing. You could use a retractable blade, maybe. No, that's mounted in the crotch, Sumitha. The retractable blade is mounted in the crotch. Hot word combinations for the win. Yeah, no, there's a bunch of those. Every time I read the fucking cipher cards for Warcaster. Like, hang on. just hang on a second. We've only got a few minutes to the storm report, so I just want to share some things with you really quick. Warcaster has a wiki now. So let's have a look. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much for being here, man. Could we please get a shout out for Thunderdome Drew, an incredibly talented painter, an excellent streamer, has been a huge help to us here on the stream. Also the guy who makes those amazing fucking war grips that I use when I'm actually over at my paint desk. Guys, if you haven't followed him already, go check out his channel. Go check out his channel. Drop him a follow. Check out his next stream. He is on quite a lot. And thank you for being here, man. Thank you very much. I do need to drink a little bit of water. Yeah, trajectile, right? How's about a Wonderflonium Arquebus? First of all, Wonderflonium is definitely from fucking Dr. Horrible's sing-along web. I just realized how old that is. Oh my god, you guys. Dr. Horrible's sing-along weblog is now really quite old. Oh no. That's a bad feeling. Okay, alright. Some of these are insane. Acaronian Benediction. Okay. Arcanescent Regenerator. Cacophonic Declination. Some of these are just asinine combinations of words. Excogitation Conspectus. Excogitation Conspectus. Kinematic Reassembler. Photochimeric Mantle. Psychodynamic Infuser. Psychonomic Lash. Tachytelic Metamorphosis. The thing that gets me about these is they don't fucking... They don't tell you what the fuck the card does. It's just like... And when I'm playing the game, like, don't get me wrong, I love Warcaster. I think Warcaster is a great game. But I can never tell what the fuck a card is supposed to do based on saying the name of it. They'll be like, oh, I play the Parabellum Chrysalis. And I'm like, what the fuck does that one do again? Molten Rocket Launch. Why are we summoning demons on stream?
Everyone has had too much of you.
It's getting a little intimate up in here.
Central to the vast and desolate outlands. Nobody wants more of it.
I think phase trajectiles is one of my favorite words. A lot of them aren't even on the ciphers. They're like unit abilities.
Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
No, I can't find any good ones. The point is, most of the words in Warcaster are complete nonsense. I mean, I guess that one makes some sense. Photochimeric, like it changes the way that it looks. But there are way better ways to say all of these things. I guess on the other side of things, like they want phrases that they can associate with their game and their game alone. I guess, but it just made them really confusing. Over here casting spells like he's in Hogwarts. I mean, yeah, more or less. They are, in fact, spells. Photochimeric Mantle is just the sci-fi way of saying Technicolor Dreamcoat, Shock 21, I am stealing that. I'm going to use that in the next game. Oh, you mean you summon your Technicolor Dreamcoat? Okay. Don't forget to save. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, because we're going to be going into the storm report here shortly. But yeah, this guy that I put up on the screen, I'd very much like to do this. I'd very much like to do this in a way that it could be used for Battletech. We'll have to scale it down a little bit because the mechs in Robot Jox are much bigger than the mechs in Battletech. Like, the mechs in Robot Jox are 100 to 150 feet tall. I'm just pulling that out of my ass. I'm sure somebody else could do that more accurately. They're at least 100 to 150 feet tall. The mechs in Battletech are like 45 feet tall, 50, maybe up to 80. 8 to 17 meters, is that really it? I feel like they're bigger than that. Their cockpits are incredibly spacious. Like, you have room to stand in a little thing in the middle of the cockpit and then have like 5 to 10 feet between you and the actual wall spacious. Oh, Battletech. Yeah, I was gonna say, Battletech mechs are like 45 feet tall for a medium mech. Whereas Robot Jox mechs are like twice that size easily. And then there's, Pacific Rim Jaegers, which are like 250, 300 feet tall. What I think is funny is that someone asked once what it would be like having a Battletech mech next to a Pacific Rim Jaeger, and I realized something amazing, which is that the size, if you guys have seen it in Attack on Titan, the size difference between the Attack Titan, which is the titular primary Titan, and the Colossal Titan, which is obviously very large, is like they're almost precisely the size of a medium Battletech mech and Gypsy Danger. Like, within 20 feet in the case of the Colossal Titan, and within like 5 feet in the case of the Attack Titan. They're almost precisely the same sizes. And there is a scene in Attack on Titan, and the show's been out for fucking years, guys, so I'm sorry, but spoilers. There is a scene in Attack on Titan where the Colossal Titan just straight fucking punts. Poof! Just punts the Attack Titan right in its face. It's hilarious. He sends him flying just through the air and hammers into one of the walls. But yeah, if you're ever looking for a direct comparison or asking yourself what would happen if a Pacific Rim Jaeger came up against the Battletech mech, just go find that episode of Attack on Titan, because that's what would happen. That's what would happen right there. It's not that far out of scale, Dre. I've seen the comparisons, Drakari. It's not that far out of scale. The two Titans are relatively in scale with one another. It's close enough. It's close enough, Drakari. Or alternatively, I will review any treatise that you can put forward proving to me that I'm wrong. It is time. It is time. Punted into the wall, but still on the wall. No good. Laces out. Dan. Oh my god, you just flashed me right back to the first Ace Ventura movie. Oh, that has scale? Yeah, he's big. He's real big. That's a big bot. Oof. Nice. Skull Fairy, it doesn't come up that often. I think that you've just been here every time the comparison comes up. It's been like... I can count the number of times I've talked about this scene in my entire stream on one hand with fingers left over. 118. Okay, so I was right. I said 100 to 150 feet. That was my guess. I left myself a lot of wiggle room, and I was right about there. Is not at the top of his ankle, Drakari. No. No, he is not at the top of his ankle, because the Attack Titan wraps his arms around the Colossal Titan's calf. He tackles his calf, and he leans his shoulder like a little, like in the middle of his shin, and he tries to push his leg backwards. And then the Colossal Titan pulls his leg back and kicks him. He's not up to the top of his ankle. He's well above that. You're just gonna make me go watch the fucking second battle of Shiganshina again, is what you're gonna do. I know. All right. Let's check out the Storm Report.
Studios. It's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Oh my god, what can I say? You get me going. You get me going sometimes, folks, but let's go take a look at that storm report and see what y'all have to share with us today.
Alright, locusts and gentlemix, get ready to feast your eyes on glorpate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh lord. Oh, no, my overlay's fine. Okay, I thought I had an issue with my overlay, but I was just losing my damn mind for a minute there. So up first, we have Mafik, the lord of the first post. Here's a side note about why I'm always early. Oh, what do you know? That's right on topic. Because in my timeline, in your timeline, oh no, somebody called the TVA. It's at 12 p.m. means the storm report has been reset, so that's why I'm always early posting. We do have people from a surprising number of places in the world who posted this. Anyway, here's a division of a bunch of witches known as the Black Forest Division. They only have 30 female witches who live in the deepest woods between the lines of two factions. They're good with crafting enchanted ammunition tanks, such as the Confusion Eldritch rounds and Lightning Surge round. That would be upsetting, wouldn't it? If you didn't just have to deal with tanks, but the tanks were then, like, fucking enchanted? My god. I like the design of their uniforms. The sort of, we got like a witch hat combined with the tanker goggles going on. We have a combination of what appears to be sort of a light assault rifle on our pigeon-toed shock trooper, and then this lady over here who is casting some sort of horrific spell, I assume to enchant this lightning-infused tank round. This is a wonderful juxtaposition of themes, Mafik. I dig it. Did someone... Nobody said cake. Literally, no, I swear to God, nobody said cake. Did I say cake, chat? I don't think I said cake. Hang on a second. I gotta open up a browser and see how late this Chinese food restaurant is open. I'm sorry, just give me 1 second. Oh, they're closing soon. Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 moment just to see if I can make this work. I'll be right back. I'll be 1 minute. I'll be 1 minute, I swear to God. Hold on one. Oh, the button that goes to the BRB screen doesn't work. I guess I'm just gonna have to click on it like some kind of pleb. God, what's wrong with my Stream Deck? Oh, ye of little faith. It hasn't been that long. Let's keep going. I was just trying to make sure I've got something to eat when all this is over. Alright. Reconfigure my chat here. Okay. Mafik, I dig it. What do we have up next? They own 2 tank destroyers known as Salvaged Marisol that were found in the huge lake of their territory and restored with new engines. Previously used a Hotchkiss engine from the Churchill. Previous used Hotchkiss engines to the Churchill engines. Funny syntax there. New armor from 10 to 20 millimeters to 30 to 48 millimeters, and installed a 122 millimeter main gun. I posted 2 tank destroyers in the 2D showcase. I will go have a look at those after the stream, Mafik. Thank you for letting me know. The 202 Pitchfork. Load lightning surge round. I like how low set in the hull. Even for a tank destroyer, this is a really, really low set weapon. Great profile to it, too. 23 seconds to... I was very close. I was very close. Mafik, you have a remarkable world that you have built at this point for all these various tanks and factions and forces. And I'm very, very curious if this is ever going to take another form outside of just your artwork, Mafik. You have It's... What's the word I'm looking for? It's nothing that I would ever think of, and therefore I find it very, very compelling. Really nice work, Mafik. Uh-oh. From last night's Jackboxing. Epic, awesome, amazing, inspired. Inspired is probably the closest work. True original inspiration is very, very difficult to come across. Yeah, it's a sense of wonder that I think has been beaten out of me at this point, and I always enjoy seeing it. Oh, Steela, it's not morning. You just live in the future and on the upside down of the world, on the underside of the Great Turtle. How you doing today, Steela? Can we get a shout out for Steela Rebel? There it is. Oh my God! If there's any streamer on all of Twitch that you should be following, it is Steela, particularly if you're interested in oil painting. She is, after all, the one who peer-pressured me into giving it a try. Name of the boy band from the 1990s. I remember this one. I was in this game. Jesus. Richard and the Four Skins. I don't even get the joke or the connect. Like, I get the joke. I don't get the connection to the 1890s. They were circumcising by then. But for whatever reason, we all ended up voting for the foreskin joke. I guess because we're all children. That must be what it is. Yeah, that was our, whatever the one was where we had to determine what type of person you are. And it came down to voting on a few for particular ones for me, and apparently, yeah, I'm a dependable, overwhelmed mega immortal. I can't strictly disagree with any of this. Role models, thank you. Yeah. Jackbox is a lot of fun, and we've been talking about doing it for an actual community game night. I think it's a good idea. I've had a fantastic time with... Some of the games are not as fun, like the speech-giving one is a little odd, unless people are really quite good at it already. But things like Quiplash, Role Models, the one where you lie to people, is a damn good job. This, by the way, is the amazing product of my new drawing tablet, this face that I drew here. That's the extent of my artistic abilities. Fibbage, yes, that's the name of it. Chaotic, just gloating about it right there. Here we have from Iberben. Took a trip down to Big Bend this week. I packed a couple of telescopes for the trip. There was so much to see at night, I honestly didn't spend much time looking through the scope. Spent more time just taking it all in. But I grabbed my first Saturn and Jupiter of the year, along with a Venus and Mars conjunction that I didn't know was happening that night. Venus is the large dot and Mars is the small one. Panoramic view at the site too. Done a new round of processing that looks better and evens out the colors a lot more than the sleep-deprived effort did. Can't replace the picture here, but I shared it at the bottom of 2D Showcase, so definitely go check that out. Damn. The individual shots are fucking impressive. Oh, I like the panoramic shot. I saw some of the shots that you posted to Facebook. What a place to stay. That looks just gorgeous. Oh my god, like the nearest people are all the way over there. That seems wonderful. Just fantastic. If there's any place to get away from fucking light pollution and social pollution, aka human beings. Zibberben, really, really lovely photos. I'm gonna have to check out the better ones that you did in 2D Showcase. Roland, I have not used the Rainy River Designs metallics. You are doing metallics, aren't you now, Karsala? I need to get some... Oh, I didn't put in my order. Shit. I meant to put in an order over the weekend so you could toss in a sample. I will... if one of you, Karsala or Data Nerd, would ping me on Discord to let me know to do that tonight, because I have a few things I do want to order from you. And that way I won't forget. Pretty please, I do appreciate it. And that way we can get that put in there. I haven't tried their metallics. I will get some, and I will try them, and I'll let you know how I like them. I always give my honest opinion on things, guys. I want to very much, like the community-oriented guy that I am. I want to just go buy everything from Karsala, and I suspect that I will recommend Rainy River Designs metallics once I try them. But I want to put them on something before I do that, because otherwise it just wouldn't be honest, would it? So I'm gonna have to get my hands on some. Maybe sucker someone else into going, right? God, that looks really, really nice. Oh no. Hang on. Do I have my... I don't think I have my audio set up for this. Give me a second. Just take 1 second. I've got to have a better system for audio other than switching this every single time I try to do this. Oh, no, it is set up. Oh, I could have just played it. Okay. I'm trying to put... Chaotic Harmony, shut up. How is that the first thing you say in chat? What? You just bust in through the wall like the fucking Kool-Aid man. Game fuel for life, bro. For the real gamers. Oh yeah. Crossbows go whoosh. Somebody ban Chaotic Harmony. No, that's a shout out. That's not a ban. Ah, fuck. Is my characterization inaccurate in any way? There's nothing wrong now. I guess go follow him. It's just the truth. He slams in like the fucking Kool-Aid man, drops like 9 or 10 memes. One of these days we're gonna have to get a good recording of me so I can have a proper argument back and forth. With myself. Oh my god, Streamception. That would be fucking magnificent. Oh, I'm so excited just thinking about it. Oh, man. Let's keep going. Here we have from the POV 42, switching up my entry, because I actually need feedback on this mini. Starting in on an important painting project, painting up a set of the Kickstarter Legendary Mech Warrior minis, is a prize to be given away at this year's annual Desert Bus for Hope charity fundraiser livestream. After a fair amount of procrastinating and fussing about making sure I had the perfect materials, I finally took the plunge yesterday and started in on the first of the minis, the Pride Timberwolf, painted up in the blue of the fundraiser's evening shift. The flag I'm using as a color scheme inspiration is the second pick. Obviously trying to make these my best work, so this is about 7 hours of work, carefully glazing, pin washing, highlighting and painting the flag freehand on the shins. Still have work to do on the weapons, cleaning up the missiles and adding color to the lasers. I need to add sand flocking around the road on the base. Want to go back in and touch up the freehand, but I wanted to see if there was any immediate advice Thunderhead might have for this mini specifically. We're tackling big, important projects like this generally. More pictures in the Work in Progress channel. I'll be sure to have a look at that. I like what you got so far. I think adding the texture on either side of the road is definitely going to help with the base. I might recommend removing it from the base entirely and doing the sand and then gluing it back down. I feel like that's a fairly minor note. And, No, I guess this could work, because if you glue the sand, as long as you're careful, as long as you're very, very careful with your glue and you scrape away any of the glue that gets on the sides of the feet, you're going to wind up with a look like its feet are kind of sinking down into the earth, which I think could work pretty well. I think that you could use... So the tips of the missiles right now are just white. And if I'm not mistaken, on this sculpt, the missiles have tips, rather than just being missile tubes. Right? So you do have to paint them individually. WJ, I'm glad to hear it, man. Hell yeah. The fact that you even feel the need to pop in periodically and let us know, WJ, we're feeling the love, man. You have a fantastic night, and thank you for being here. You did add reds to the tip of the missiles. Excellent. Because that's definitely a note that I would give. I feel like the upper arms could maybe use another dose of black wash, just to create a clear, dark delineation between the... See, the issue here for me, and you can see it here, this actually works well. This blue is very light, and the silver is very light, but there's a clear, dark line delineating one area from the next, and you're missing that a little bit right here. You could almost go with just like a really watered-down black paint with a little bit of flow aid in there, just to separate the light colors from one another, because right now the light teal blends in a little bit with the silver. You could probably do the same around the crevices at the edges of the guns here, just to help the silver stand out from the light teal. The feet look good. I like the work you've done on the legs. The lensing looks pretty good. I could make suggestions on the lensing, how you might do it differently, but I don't know that it would actually look better. It would just be a slightly different style. I think the lensing actually does look pretty good. Putting the blue against the green, I think, was a pretty good choice. I appreciate your choice to darken up the blue, specifically around the cockpit, because otherwise the green might not have stood out as much. It really is a very nice looking mech. There isn't much that I could recommend here that wouldn't involve changing the style of how you're painting it. For the style that you've chosen and for the methods that you're using, you've done an excellent job here. You might consider coming in with a dark blue wash just to deepen a few of the areas here. This crevice here between where the main sort of fuselage transitions into the sort of the rounded cockpit portion transitions into the boxy portion, you might consider darkening with like a deep blue wash just right around here. Again, just helping to sort of separate the shapes from one another. Stila, go make some coffee. What are you doing in here before you've made coffee? It doesn't count. We're not even getting the full Stila. We're getting like half of Stila's barely awake brain. Go drink some coffee. For the love of God. Yeah, I've had more coffee this morning than you have at this point, and it's nighttime where I'm at, and that's crazy. He did go in with some more wash in those areas. Okay, good, good. Same thing for right here, between the missile boxes and the main torso, I think would be a good move. She's so suggestible when she's tired. Maybe she should stay tired. I would probably do the same. You don't really need to do the upper parts, but like this crevice right here, where the where the rim of the missile box meets the actual meat of it right here, just darkening this significantly to help differentiate the outer rim surface from the inner sort of business end would help a lot. All in all, you've done a really good job here. I like it. Honestly, outside of those notes, I like it. I think people are going to be really, really pleased with this one. POV. And you've done a good job replicating this. I don't know if you have, but particularly when doing freehand, something I've always found helpful is to clean up the outside of the shapes after you've done them. Just always remember you can come in with your base color and clean up. Like, I think that just very carefully going around the edge of the half circle moon here with your base blue and just straightening the edges and clarifying the overall circle profile, and that you just do that, just do tiny tiny little... You did some more cleanup? Okay. See, it's like every time I make a suggestion, it's something you've already thought of, which I think is a damn good sign, by the way. POV, I think that with those steps, it would generally start just looking just a little bit sharper. So I'm looking forward to checking out your further works in progress in the Work in Progress channel after the stream. But I hope that's helpful, and I look forward to seeing the finished product. Here we have from Wolverine DH, my self-made Battletech Battle Armor, Golem and redesigned Zhu. Oh, nice work, Wolverine. Wolverine does a lot of his own designs that are pretty damn cool. And these guys are so small that I'm really glad to see some painted examples. I've seen some of the images that Wolverine has posted to like the Facebook groups and such. And this is something that you run into on a lot of people's designs, including both Ion Raptor and Metalcore Collectibles. They can look a little funny in the render, but that doesn't sell. It's because it's small scale. If you're making large scale figures like statues, they can look very photorealistic and have very fine textures on them, and they'll look great in renders. And if you're doing small scale things, when you do the renders, you'll be like, everything looks a little chunky, everything looks a little funny. But it's because they're going to be really, really small. And they have to be for those details to come across at all. I think this is a great example of it, because if you look at the renders, you'd think like, oh, they look a little chunky. Oh, the lines are a little deep, aren't they? They look a little... And then you print them and you paint them, and you're like, oh, no, they look fucking fantastic. This is a great example of that. Data Nerd, thank you so much for that. And Techno Sugar, let me drink a little bit of water. You caught me leaning off to the side like a maniac. Really nice work. Really nice work, Wolverine DH, and thank you for sharing your work with us, man. Drax01. Drax, how you doing tonight, man? Can we get a shout out for Drax, pretty please? A little bit of streaming royalty, that's a ridiculous thing to say. I feel like an asshole just saying that. Drax, how you doing tonight, man? It's great to see you in chat. Oh, is the bot not working? Oh no, you put the ad, that's why. Drax is kind of a staple around here for Twitch painters. For those of you who, I think it's a very low chance that anyone in this chat right now has not heard of Drax, but go give this man a follow. Almost anytime he's on, I have him in the background, and I try to get some painting done. He's incredibly prolific and a great streamer, a really, really amazing painter. Definitely go give Drax a follow if you're interested in painting on Twitch at all. Wild blueberry milk. Yeah, I mean, this, okay, I'll give you this is better than the usual Mountain Dew, Roland. That's significantly better than the latest neon green Mountain Dew that we generally get. I say neon green Mountain Dew, standard Mountain Dew is neon green. I have to come up with some other color for it to be weird. Blue. Nope, they've got that. Purple Mountain Dew. Is there a purple Mountain Dew? Is that a thing yet? If there isn't, there should be. We can call it Thunderhead Edition. His usual Baja Blast. Oh, the day that they started selling Baja Blast outside of actual Taco Bell locations is the day that mankind began its true decline. That is when society began to collapse. Isn't the purple one grape flavored? God, I hope not. Pitch black, is it purple? I mean, that makes sense. That's the closest color you're gonna get in a beverage. If they give me a drink that's actually black, I'm gonna think that it's just gonna poison me. There are 3 Baja flavors? I don't even want to know. I don't. My faith in mankind has dropped enough. I'm loving the look of this Clan Hell's Horses scheme you got going on here, though, Roland. Your brush control has increased significantly in the time that you have been posting to the Storm Report, man. I know I've said that a few times, but you continue to show improvement. Your layers are a little bit smoother. Looks like you missed a little teeny bit with your red here, but that's really no big deal. I think this one could use just one more coat, but that's mostly going to show up probably from the camera flash. Nice work on the Timberwolf. Looks like your washes are working pretty well on your silver as well. I want to see Roland. You know what I want to see, Roland? How many times can I say want to see Roland in a row? No, we're not going to do that. You know what I want to see, though, is I'd like to see all your Clan Hell's Horses lined up. You should position them in front of like a piece of black construction paper and practice your photography a little bit, just trying to get some group shots, because that's always more challenging than individual shots, but I'd like to see all of them in one place, because you've done a good number of them by now. Wait, did I? I didn't say that, did I? I didn't say that word. Nope, it didn't happen. I called it by its proper name. Here we have from Rio. I didn't know. You can't fucking prove anything. Here we have from Rio. Working on, looks like a little bit of Osprey action here, eh? Look at that death trap go. How do I disable clips? How do I disable clips? Can I do it before somebody clips it? I think I have to do it before the stream. I like the blur effect. This is just like Rio. I love you, man. But fuck you for doing this with pens. You make me feel like a total asshole. He's like, let me take a ballpoint pen and some sketch paper and just do some amazing artwork. And I'm like, make a stick figure. Oh, there's spikes. Look, I made some spikes in the pit. That one has lava in it. Like, that's the extent of my drawing ability. With anything. Forget ballpoint pens. This is amazing. The depth that it has to it, the texture, lovely, lovely work, Rhea. We're doing a gallery trip tonight, so Drax, you mostly come in when we're actually doing painting, but at the end of every stream, starting around 8:30 my time, we dive into the Storm Report, which we just take a look at sort of community art share for a little while before the end of the stream. Drax, if you ever felt like posting to the Storm Report, which we open up right after every stream. Like, it's open from the end of the stream to the actual Storm Report starts the next time. If you ever felt like posting some of your really fucking awesome work for us to take a look at, that'd be fantastic, man. It's real easy to do. I realize I hadn't actually mentioned that at any point during this stream. But yeah, if you guys are interested in posting the Storm Report, all you gotta do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go into the channel marked Storm Report, and post up to 2 pictures that you'd like to show off. Or get feedback on, or really anything at all. Rio, I want to steal your brain. I want to steal your talent and somehow meld it into mine. I haven't perfected the technology yet, but we're working on it. We're working on it. I'm not going to read that, Scud. No. Did I really say it? Hang on. Fuck, I said it. Oh. What do I do? How do I recover from this? There has to be a way forward that saves face. I'm with Sumitha. I said no such thing. It's called a Mad Cat. Anyway, moving on. Let's look at this amazing Mad Cat that Roland took a picture of next to this Long Tom proxy from Death Ray Designs. I don't have anything to. I have nothing alcoholic right now, White Wolf. I'm down to the last bit of my water, but I'll drink that for you. Do you guys ever get phantom phone syndrome? You're like sitting around and you swear you feel your phone vibrating in your pocket, and then you go to reach for it and your phone is like across the room or something? Is that just me? Yeah, this is a big old piece of resin. So for those of you who don't know, Death Ray Designs recently has been doing like a really amazing series of resin vehicles. Currently they can be purchased in pre-printed format, most of them from, I believe, Fortress Minis and Games, and I think you can get some of them from Steel Warrior Studios. And they're saying pretty soon they might be selling STLs for them. They've done a really, really good job on all these. Austin over at Death Ray Designs has been just on a crazy design kick lately, and has done so many. He has so many tanks and VTOLs and planes, and it's just like, whoa. And most of them, I think pretty much all of them, are good proxies for stuff in Battletech. They're fairly simple designs for the most part, but they're really well done, and I really like them. This is the first time I've seen the Long Tom actually compared to something. So thank you for posting that, Roland. I occasionally hear the Discord badoop when my computer isn't even on. As long as it's not just me, because I just had that moment where I'm like, oh, my phone's vibrating. Oh, I don't have my phone on me. And I'm hoping it's not that I have some kind of problem with my nervous system. Here we have from Wombat Combat. Made a bit of progress on the Doom Crawler's legs during his painting session last night. Gonna finish up the contrast on the brass parts on the legs and get started on the top half next time. Oh, this is looking damn good, Wombat Combat. This red is much richer than the one that you had the first time on the, what was it, Cataphren that we were looking at last time? That's what the treaded cyborgs are called, right? Cataphrons? I was talking rather with Wombat Combat a little bit about just kind of color theory and temperature contrast. I can see that we're implementing a little bit more of that now, using green next to the red and contrasting the yellow. All in all, this is showing a lot of improvement. Really, really heavy wash on the silver is incredibly effective, particularly with these Games Workshop models that have these really deep recesses. I'm loving this red. I am absolutely loving this red. I would not weather this up too much. I know you're going to do some weathering on this, but don't do too much, Wombat Combat. Cataphrons, yeah? Yeah, no, this looks fantastic. Super effective paint job, and nicely done. It's even worse when you swear you hear at home the beep, beep, beep sound of the front door opening from the job you haven't worked in a year. It's amazing how programmable we are, isn't it? Because that's what we're talking about. That's what happens. The human brain is just like a creepy meat computer that can be programmed in very particular ways, more easily at certain times. It's like how it's easier for us to learn languages when we're younger than it is when we're older. Like, we're more easily programmed when we're younger, but as a result, we also get a lot of programming that we weren't thinking about, that wasn't intentional when we're younger, and that manifests as straight fucking insanity when we get old. Something I think that a lot of us are dealing with right now. And then, of course, some of us spend so long working at a goddamn job that it actually gets its programming into our brains, and just like you said, Sumitha, you start hearing things from the job over a year later. I hate that. I hate the thought that something from some stupid fucking commercial nonsense gets programmed into us like that. Something that we ultimately can't get rid of. It happens with marketing jingles too. That's why jingles that are so memorable stick with you for so long. It's why, to the day that I die, I will remember, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar, because I have on some level been programmed by the goddamn marketing department at Kit Kat. It's disgusting. But that's how we work. No, just do for a Klondike bar. Yeah, no, that's stuck in my head too. Human brain has been trained to look for patterns for thousands of years. Arguably, that's all we do. There is an argument to be made, Vergaderung, that most of what we think of as free will is just very complex levels of pattern recognition. It's the reason that when you look up into the sky and look at the clouds, you'll be like, oh, there's a rabbit in the clouds, there's a face, there's a train, there's a whatever. Because your brain, whether you're thinking about it or not, is always looking for patterns, and it has been since the very first time you saw the glimmering eyes of a predator on the outside of a campfire, or, you know, your ancient ancestor did. Just continue that forward, and eventually you get fucking Twitter, apparently. A friend of mine who was in the Navy, when she saw the movie Battleship, when they played the alarm klaxons, immediately stood up in the middle of the theater trying to figure out which way to her action station. Yeah, I mean, that's good training is what that is. Don't forget Smarties. Well, I mean, and in fact, Sumitha, that's why the military trains the way that it does. That's why we do battle drills, is because in an emergency situation, you can't think about what you're going to do. You can't think about what you're going to do. If you think about what you're doing, you'll probably do something stupid and die. You need to have your body responding to stimulus before your brain is actively engaged with it. It's amazing how hard it is to teach people when you hear gunfire, hit the ground. The instinct of most people when you hear gunfire is to go, what was that? Which is a great way to get shot. You don't think that'd be the first thing that you do. But generally it is. You won't even realize what it is at first. You're like, what's that sound? And I mean, this is also getting into the nature of PTSD. Here we have from White Wolf Therapy Thursday Setup Sunday Combo Special. OMFG, I got that sexy real grade Gundam Base Unicorn Perfectibility Edition. Is that a real thing? Perfectibility Edition? That's crazy. how my storage has been bugging. You somewhat. Plenty of storage, but grades haphazardly thrown in wherever they fit. Low-key Loki. I like that name. That's a good name. Loki Loki. I mean, I'm a sucker for alliteration, though. At the end of the day, like, it gets me. Loki Loki. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. You're getting us just a little bit closer. We are at 1485 followers right now. 15 more follows. And we're going to be giving away a whole bunch of really, really cool Thunderhead dice. We're going to be giving them away in pairs. Right here on the stream. Only one person has actually won a pair so far, and that's Darkheart, because he answered a question that I pulled out of my ass. When I was feeling generous. So generous. The dice are worth so much money. Definitely not. Only a few dollars. But, yeah, we're going to be giving those away. I'll be sure to announce it on Discord when we finally hit that. And I'll give, like, there'll be a stream between Project Dark Fox. You're getting one anyway. You don't have to answer shit. If it goes without saying, my mods are absolutely going to be getting a series of them. And I'm going to do another... Scud, what is wrong with you tonight? How did you even find that emoji? How is there a pear emoji? What is going on? Yeah, I've got a number of them set aside, though, for mods and friends of the stream, as it were. And we're going to be doing another run of this, though that'll probably be the last set. And then for future giveaways, if we do dice, we'll do them in another style. I'm just a sucker. Wait, what? Minor mech fan here. Glad to see someone who loves them even more than I do. Loki, if it's a big fucking robot, I'm generally into it. And if you stick around for long enough, you'll see me talk about just about every franchise out there to some degree. But I gotta say, it always makes me happy to know that people share my love of big old robots. I would push the button. I would push the button right now that would play the clip of Gypsy Danger's elbow rocket, but I don't have it on this overlay because I'm a buffoon. Oh, let's get back to what I'm reading here. Plenty of storage, but grades haphazardly thrown wherever they fit, so we fixed that. Well, this Fox did, not the guy reading all this text. Yeah, no, not me. Real grades, master armor, and even resin kits all have their own areas, and I even have somewhere to display finished kits now, too. As some may playfully notice, Zaku's are a bit of a theme for me. They're damn good theme. Zaku's are some of the best looking mechs ever designed. Did I check out Obsidian Protocol? Which one is that? Is that the new box set? Is that... No, hold on. Obsidian Protocol. Is that the new Kill Team set? I've looked at it briefly, Drax.
Do you like sexy battle mechs?
I haven't taken a close look.
Sexy streamers and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. Almost like I enjoy the mono-eyed designs or something. Also, no, don't have enough action bases. Why do you ask? Also, drawing with a mouse using your offhand is difficult. Drawing with a mouse at all is difficult. Oh no, we've covered this up with what appear to be squidbillies. I think maybe they're ghosts, but they look a lot like squidbillies. Oh! I do know what you're talking about, Drax. Yes! I have looked at Obsidian Protocol. I'm very intrigued by it. I think I have kind of like a wait and see. Like, I'm pinged on there so they hit me with updates when they come out. That's the one with like the multiple parts you can swap out and a few things like that. Okay. Yes. I have looked at it a few times. I find it very compelling. I'm always on the lookout for a good new mech game. And a lot of them come out, and most of them look kind of disappointing. But yeah, Obsidian Protocol kind of scratches the what's the word I'm looking for? The modularity itch for me in a big way. So I'm almost certainly going to be picking that up when/if it makes it out. Have they opened the Kickstarter for it, and has it been fully funded? Because I haven't looked at it for a little while. And last time I did, I feel like they were saying the Kickstarter will be opening pretty soon. Yeah, you got a couple of Zaku's, by the way. One or two squirreled away in here. But again, man, there are so... They got over 1 mil. Jesus. Okay. In that case, hang on. Did I already pledge to it? Now, there have been multiple Kickstarters for it, haven't there? Because I remember there being one back in 2019. And yeah, it has a very Armored Core look to it, and they include a bunch of components with it. I'm gonna catch up on this after the stream. Thank you for reminding me of that, though, Drax. Because, yeah, I remember being very intrigued by that. I remember that they were going to do styrene sprues. And with $1 million in their Kickstarter, I would think that they could actually afford to do that. And these days, man, if you got styrene sprues, I am on board. I'm fucking tired of working with metal and resin unless I'm printing it myself, let me tell you. Made the comment about action bases because I have 5 action base 5, 1 144 scale ones, and 8 of the action base 4s. Alright. Rio uses GIMP too. Yeah, I use GIMP for like most of my drawing applications when I do have to draw something. One of the makers of historical tank kits. Alright. Drax, you've convinced me that I need to get caught up on Obsidian Protocol because my interest in it so far has been very kind of tertiary. And apparently a lot's been happening with it while I was looking at other things. Here we have from Nanotanks, finished the Spartans I posted in progress before, plus did some hoplites who are a little more correctly equipped. Yeah, we went over this last time. These guys are better than the Spartans from 300, if only because they're at least wearing some leather skirting, but they're rocking the full bare chest mega nip look. I'm liking the red that you did on here. The brass is very yellow, which I think works, particularly for doing like Latin work. And then we have a little bit more of a pale color to the bronze down here and up in the helmet. I really like the look of it. Wonderful work, Nanotanks. Good work on the basing too, a nice diversity of texture. You can't have it, Trotsky, I already called it. And then we got some hoplites down here. Yes. This is much more like what you might have seen someone armored in from the period. Real question, is nipples on the breastplate or no? Absolutely. If you're going to have a breastplate shaped like your chest, you might as well have nipples on it. And idealize the nipples too. Make them like big, shining, magnificent metal nipples. Otherwise, what are you doing with your life? Really dig the posing on these guys. They look like they're probably flat cast, but for being flat cast, I really kind of dig the style that they went with. Because everything is on a single plane. You see? The spear and the cloak and everything. Which is admittedly a great way to produce figures. As far as not spending all the money in the world on them. I like the use of the green. Nanotanks, good work overall. You actually managed to get in there and paint their tiny little eyes and the tiny little slits and their tiny little helmets, and I have to say, I am impressed. Wonderful work. Now, Nanotanks, what all are these Greek warriors going to be used for? Did you tell us last time and I just forgot? I admit I'm very, very curious. Here we have from Sphere, the tomb has sanctioned 20 warriors to rise again and serve the dynasty. So far only 7 pictured, but have 10 models now done with the orange. Need to highlight the black on the gun. Finish a few features and highlight the base and boom! Done with 10 out of 20. Hey, halfway is a good point to hit. Love the orange glow on the weapons. Dig the neon green up on the shoulders. Think we got a little glimpse of where this was going last time. Necrons, for me, have always been a tricky paint job. I know they've added a lot of more canon schemes to Necrons in recent, like, the last 5 to 10 years that I haven't been paying any attention to 40k. And a lot of the models have acquired more spaces to do more interesting things. I particularly like the red on the eyes with these guys. I feel like the bases, the color of the base is almost detracting from them. I don't know that it is. I kind of want to see them from a lower angle, or maybe it's just the fact that the bases, they look like they just need a little bit of black around the edge, because it's mostly the texturing done. I don't know what it is. Well, I think it's just because the orange on the base is so similar to the orange that you're using for the weapons in the eyes, and I love it up here. I feel like it's almost too much. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it looks bad. It's just throwing me a little. Maybe it's because the angle that I'm viewing it from. Mythic Battles Pantheon. I'm not familiar with that one. Like, I love the coloration on the Necrons themselves. I particularly like the green up top like that. Bases are throwing me a little bit. Just a little bit. Again, I don't think it looks bad, but maybe consider tossing a heavier dark brown wash on the base just to bring it down a little bit from the orange you have on the weapons. Particularly since you've done the orange on the hanging cables, and on a few of these, at the wrong angle, it almost blends into the base, which I don't think is an effect that you necessarily want. But the paintwork on them is gorgeous, and the color choices in the bodies is fucking fantastic. I will say, though, Sphere, been loving the newer models and updates. Might be the angle, because they do have them at an angle I did. Yeah, I think maybe that's it, is I'm viewing it from a very, very high angle. And, you know, if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, that taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. They can look completely different in person than how they look in a photo, based just on the angle, the style of lighting that you have, the type of camera you're using, so I'm always hesitant to actually draw any conclusions from photography. But that's just what jumps out at me. I really like the highlighting you have on the little forward blades on the Gauss rifles too, very nice. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, work in progress. I don't often submit my work here to the Storm Report, often because I don't want it turning too fuzzy without Thunderhead's permission or foresight. But I do have a neat work in progress to show for a commission for carbonic acid. It's a spider, Thunderhead. And of course, Scatic Harmony has ruined this for me, because all I can think here is, we'll fuck your nostalgia. That's right, we'll fuck your nostalgia. Your cell instead of your real camera. That's not necessarily a drawback. A lot of cell phones, Sphere, have Pro Mode, where you can edit a lot of the photography parameters and not use its automatic settings, because the automatic settings are okay. If you want to take better photos, Sphere, the best advice I can give is to get yourself a nice clean backdrop. Even something as simple as a white or black piece of construction paper goes a long way. Get yourself some real bright lights with diffusion over them. That can be as simple as some like high Kelvin cold lights that you then put some pantyhose over just to diffuse, to take the hard edge off and to soften the shadows. Blast it with light and reduce your aperture size, reduce your exposure significantly, drop your ISO number real far down. I just said like 3 different settings. It will help them, it'll help people looking at the photos see what you're seeing in person. I've actually got a decent guide in... What channel is it in, guys? I posted the guide, now I can't remember. Oh, I think it's in Showcase. If you go to the pinned posts in Showcase, you can find a little guide to taking pictures, particularly of models. And yes, for the love of God, do not use Flash. Flash is the fast way to make your model look just as bad as possible. It's a spider flying through the air, no less. Just rocking that double deuce. Carbonic acid, what do you want this for, man? You absolute maniac. It's lovely work, though, I have to say. I've kind of always liked the design of the spider that they did for MechWarrior Online. It's a good-looking little mech, considering how fairly goofy it looked when it had a separate head back in the day. Natural sunlighter. Oh, God, no, Kursala, please, no. Nicely done. Project Dark Fox, thank you for sharing that with us today. We always love to see your work here on this stream, man. Here we have from Kursala, finally got some weapons mounted on my Cyclops armor transport. Originally, I wanted it to be a Hetzer proxy, That wasn't working as planned, so I gave up on it. Fair enough. Yesterday, though, I was doing a bit of window shopping, found a track tank with a similar profile, and realized that missile boxes were probably the best answer. In the middle, we have the regular unarmed APC variant. On the right is the new standard missile carrier. On the left is the Roberto version with a pair of Minotaur rocket pods. I'm gonna practice my stabbing. It does look like Roberto. Like, if you hadn't said anything, I'd probably be looking at it thinking, this looks like something and I can't quite place it. But now it's all I can see, so thank you for that. I really appreciate that. It's got just a simple and fairly effective profile. I really kind of like the 3-axle armored car idea for this guy, particularly since the cockpit is so clearly mounted right down the center axis. Nice work on these, Kursala. I see that for this version, we've opted for the showing the missile tips rather than the empty tubes. I continue to like this design for your missile launchers. You did this on the tank that you did as well. It has a very, very cool profile to it. And I'm looking forward to seeing these actually made available. Are you going to be selling these at Rainy River Designs, by the way, Kursala? Those are all empty tubes. I hate exposed tips. Oh, these are... Okay, you know what? It's the lighting made me think that there were. It's just the angle of it made it look like... Yeah, I don't like the exposed tips either. Missiles with exposed tips are just waiting for damage, I think. I shouldn't try to justify that realistically. I just don't like how they look. Working on the goof. Goof. I've always... The name of this particular mobile suit always makes me fucking giggle. Yes, the Norris Packard one, because he's the real goof rider. It's a wonderful looking mech, though. A nice looking kit, for that matter. I'm gonna have to pick out a time to work on my large-scale Dougram. It will be one of the largest scale figures that I have built in a long, long time. I don't think I've built one of these kits since I was like maybe 13 and I had a heavy arms to build. And I wasn't even painting minis. No, it was earlier than that. I must have been 10 years old when I had that thing. Anyone see the Nike Gundam sneakers? I saw the Gundam Special Edition PC tower. Somebody linked me that one. It's all in like the original Gundam colors and everything. It's fucking crazy. That's a nice looking build you got going there. I always love the look of that sword too. Very nice build, Airflex. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, Comstar Guillotine for the convention table completed. Don't mind the wet base, the paint's still drying is all. Chaotic, the base looks wet, man. If the base didn't look so wet, the mini might look better. No, yeah. Look, this is what we do. For those of you who might not know, Chaotic Harmony is a consummate troll. And if I don't troll him back, I'm gonna lose the war. I'm just not very good at it is my problem. Wait, who pronounces guillotine properly? I do? That's how it's pronounced. There's no... Do people say guillotine? That seems strange to me. Lady B Miniatures, welcome in. It's good to see you. This is some nice work, Chaotic. I could give some tips on this. But I have to say, particularly having been following your work as long as I have, I'm going to say the same damn thing I say every time, which is that this is showing massive levels of improvement. Really, really love the work that you did on the lensing here, dude. Particularly up here on the yellow. Like, are there things you could do to improve it? Yes, but this model looks fucking phenomenal. Fucking phenomenal. I'll tell you what I want from you, Chaotic. I would like some pictures, some of the first pictures that you submitted to the Storm Report. If you could pull those out, I'd like to compare some of those to the latest work you've done on Battletech and on Warhammer 40k. Because the level of improvement is fucking astonishing. White is hard to paint. Real hard to paint. And if you want some tips, I am happy to give them. But at this point, I'm just happy celebrating the quality of this paint job. Particularly for the RetroCon that you're going to. And I'm really excited to get you some actual terrain to take there. And I need to I need to ping Chaotic Harmony on Discord because I want to know if he is interested in having some of my Dugram-style Unseen mechs to put together for that convention. I believe it's in October, so we've still got some time. If you're interested, Chaotic, I would be happy to print you out a handful of my retro Unseen designs. They seem like they're very, very appropriate for the theme of the convention. Also, I particularly like the choice of colors that you went with here. Against the white, we got the green, which is kind of echoed down here a little bit. This is sort of a yellow-green, so it kind of echoes both of the two highlight colors that we have up here. And it looks like you went with sort of a warm wash on the metallic, which I think is a good move against the cooler white. Very well done. Scud24 Clan Tabasco Crab for Thunderhead's reference. Doesn't actually explain anything. This just raises further questions. Project Dark Fox, go get some sleep, man. Thank you for being here. I think he's still working on the base, Trotsky. I think that's what he said, isn't it? He's still working on it. So the paint's still drying. I feel like a quick dry brush across some of this texture. Okay, yeah, I was thinking that the paint, the base was unfinished. But yeah, it looks like we're using some of the Rainy River Designs flocking down here, unadorned otherwise. I would agree, if you just came in on the edges and gave it a quick dry brush with a lighter color, it would certainly help the texture come out more. Why is the crab giving the Tabasco sauce to the other crab? It's an internet meme clan. Oh, that explains everything, because I'm fundamentally fucking uncool and thus out of the loop on basically all memes. It took me months. It took me months to get on board with the memes that came out of Invincible. I didn't even know how many of the memes came out of Invincible, like the Think meme. I'm watching the show and I'm like, oh, now I can stop pretending to get it and actually get it. That's wonderful. The crab adventures. I do love seeing them get around, but I'm gonna have to investigate Tabasco crab. Well, thank you for keeping me abreast of the latest developments of the meme lords, Scud. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, a pair of sisters I finished today, 5 down, 15 to go in this batch. Is that all? Just 15. The Punk Sisters coming together. Love Riot here on the bolter slung under the fucking guitar. Oh, that's magnificent. The rainbow hair colors, the loud, nasty purple and green, looking like Skeletor. I love the inclusion of all the chains. This is a great pose here, too, with the one arm throwing the grenade. This is such a fucking cool set. Really nice work, Dr. Rhino. Is Dr. Rhino still in chat? Even if he isn't, can we get a shout out for Dr. Rhino? This dude has a fantastic stream. He is such an energetic dude and a good streamer. He does really, really cool projects, and he often hosts some really successful and entertaining fundraisers for like the International Rhino Foundation, I think it's called. Definitely a stream you guys want to check out if you haven't already. That, and he might be my long-lost twin brother. We're not entirely sure at this point. We had the same mailman, that's all I know. Here we have from Kursala. Earlier today, Tiny Hands asked if we could get out Daddy's Lego blocks so that she could build a robot. So instead, I decided to dig out the box of robots I built a long time ago and do some repairs. She ended up building some rocket ship thing, but it wandered off before I could grab a picture. Oh, they will do that. Oh, look at all these Lego mechs. Got an SRM6 over here and everything. Pair of MLAs, I'm guessing. Got kind of a like a rack 2. And this dude's like, is he standing on the back of this truck or is he standing behind it? I can't tell. There we go. That's the one White Wolf. Thank you for getting that. Yeah, guys, if you're not following Dr. Rhino, yeah, again, guys, follows are free. Go give him a follow. Check out his next stream the next time Twitch pings you, and I'll tell you what, if you don't like what you see, if you don't like what you hear, just unfollow him and move on. It won't cost you a damn thing. But if you think about it, the potential benefit from doing that is you're going to find a fucking great streamer that you're going to enjoy watching. Someone who will inspire you and provide wonderful background for you to keep going with your hobby journey. On the left, it really looks like a Firefly. This guy over here, He has this little, like, top-slung gun, too, that kind of peeks up over his shoulder. I like the inclusion of the tubing, too. Nice work, Kursala. I never got... Like, this is going to sound heretical, particularly from someone as old as I am, but I just never got all that into Legos. I don't know why. I never really owned that many of them. I never got into Legos. I never really got into... Like, Bionicle was a whole thing when I was a kid. I missed it entirely. People got really into it. There was, like, a show. There were, like, movies and shit. There was, like, a whole storyline, and I just never got into any of it. And I was playing way too many video games. I don't know. Legos and me just never meshed all that well. Here we have from Sumatha. Skipped Bionicle. It was too weird for me. Yeah, it seems... I don't know. There was a lot going on there. A bit of a unique beast here. The clan Corone light aerospace fighter has always been a pretty solid design. Relatively quick, reasonable armor for its weight, solid punch with its clan ERPPC. This particular Corona? However, is far from your standard issue example. Piloted by one Stephen Stumpy Jones. Oh, that's not nice. This fighter was inherited without an engine from his former mercenary father, who had taken it as a trophy following a particularly lucrative contract. Stephen's father, George Bubba Jones, had intended to replace the engine before passing it on to his son, but the senior Jones's mercenary career took a downturn. George was forced to sell his aging Stuka just to cover his debts as his health continued to deteriorate. A second-generation aerofighter pilot, albeit a light fighter specialist, Stephen followed in his father's footsteps. And for those who paid attention to the man, the younger Jones would soon prove to be arguably one of the best pilots in the inner sphere. Unfortunately, Stephen's career as an AFFC pilot, like so many others, was cut short due to injuries sustained during the Federated Commonwealth Civil War. His Seydlitz was shot down, knocking him unconscious and unable to eject. Upon waking in the hospital, he found himself with both legs and his left arm amputated, and a very real and unfortunate new meaning to his nickname. Skip forward a few years, and Stephen is flying for the Dreadnought Battle Corps in a heavily upgraded version of his inherited Chironia? Like cornea with a bit of extra? Something like that. Oh, speak of the devil, you guys. We got Chaotic Harmonies in chat. It's so great. I'm so excited. Hey, Chaotic, how you doing? Yes. The armor and space frame have... Oh, hold on. Now capable of up to 10G acceleration and maneuvers. Chironia. Chironia? Let's go with that. Yeah, that works for me. You said Red Bull. Shit, I meant Code Red. Well, that changes the meaning entirely. How can we take you seriously at all now? Jesus. The armor and space frame have been reinforced. The specialized electronic suite has been added, and the Clantech ERPPC is still a solid punch. Ooh, it's an aggressive-looking little shit, isn't it? And it's just a little guy. This is basically an ERP... Like, look at this. The ERPPC... Like, I've never seen this fighter before. Or if I've seen it, like, moved on from it quickly. Because I was like, oh, look, a clan aerospace fighter. That's great. But, I mean, it's basically just an ERPPC that happens to have a seat, wings, and an engine attached to it. Yeah, it's a flying gun. That's a bird of prey right there. Oh, and homeboy down here who's getting his mechanical limbs serviced. That's a nice touch. Well done, Plog. Like, I imagine that the ERPPC extends back here, and then, like, inside the pilot's cabin, you sort of sit in it almost more like a motorcycle, you know, with the ERPPC going between your legs. And then you kind of lean forward into the controls. That's, if that's not canon, it's going to just be my head canon at this point. Lovely work from Plog, as usual. He has such a good sense of depth to his work, and I love the texturing and the glare that he's done on the cockpit glass. Very nice. I like the little bit of like thruster burn on the edge of the nozzle too. For reference, Stephen Stumpy Jones is by far and away the Dreadnought Battle Corps' best pilot. and is a 1-0 gunnery piloting rated pilot. And let's be honest, with a 13-20 movement rated fighter, them some scary skill numbers. In addition, well, most of the details about this character are left out of the above write-up, mostly because there's not a lot of room. Also because I'm not going to make Thunderhead read a whole damn TRO article live on stream. Much appreciated. This was a fun character to create as a bit of a nod to Wounded Warriors. And of course, Plog doing what he does best, which is make fucking dynamic and amazing mechanical artwork. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Hey look, I got some gluing done this week. Hey, that's something. That's one Combat Patrol box and the Skitarii Marshal mostly done. Still need to deal with magnetizing the Doomcrawler and gluing the top and bottom halves of the Cataphrons together, but otherwise just need a dot of superglue to temporarily attach those bases and start painting. And that can come later. I need to go hug my toaster. What? What? Why does Lore Friendly need to hug his toaster? Oh, okay. I was concerned for a moment there. I was having flashbacks to like Groundhog Day, and I suddenly became very concerned for Lore Friendly's state of mind. But it's an AdMech joke. Yeah, okay. They bang their machines conceivably with whatever it is that they have that could do that sort of thing. Well, some good-looking construction, Lore Friendly, and this would be a part of the Slow Grow League that he has been participating in, I believe. I like the positioning that you've chosen on the Doomcrawler's legs in particular. A lot of people wind up just kind of putting them at equal spacings, but there's actually a lot of flexibility in the assembly of the kit, and this has kind of a natural stride to it. You can kind of see the motion of the legs as one side carries it forward and the other starts to stretch out. Hey, Dodge, a good night to you as well, my friend. I didn't even know you were in chat. My microphone arm is squeaky. That's weird. Hey, Dodge, it's always a pleasure to have you, man. Thank you for hanging out so late. Really, this should be G3P2 to make lawn dart checks easier. Wait, hold on. 2-3 is still on a Oh, we were talking about pilot ratings. I was like, oh, lawn darts, huh? No, that would be a completely different motion, White Wolf. Damn good looking assembly, Lore Friendly, and I can't wait to see them come together in that awesome AdMech green scheme that you've been doing. Yeah, I gotta... Can you hear that? Is that coming through on the mic? Let me go get me some WD-40. Oh, man. Okay, I'll stop doing that. I'm sorry. Taco Thursday, why the hell not edition? You know what? I'm always down for some tacos. Simple and effective. We got some Dr. Pepper in the background, too. I'm down with that. As long as, like, you know, we take these close-in shots and we don't show how it's surrounded by Nuln Oil and texture paste and everything, then I won't taste the texture paste when I look at the taco. Stop playing with it, you'll go blind. Oh, wiener jokes. Here we have from Barkax Miniatures, finished product of today's stream. By the way, guys, if you're not following Barkax, you really should be. I like the color choices on here, particularly since they're all done in metallics. Really nice choice with the... And this is a good example of how snow basing is tricky, and you want to be much more sparing with it than you kind of initially assume. I know that when I started doing snow basing, I really caked it on there, and it just didn't look right. But this is about right. You don't want much. And little bits of it kind of up on the armor and gathered in the crevices and whatnot. But it's laid on very, very sparsely. And something to remember for basing in particular, for everything that you're doing in your hobby journey, by the way, guys, is just... It's easy to add more of something. It's very, very difficult to take something away. So if you're having trouble with something like this, which, by the way, again, Barkax, this basing looks fantastic. And POV42, if you're still here, this is sort of what I had in mind. If you create this real dark zone between like objects, you can help differentiate them much more clearly. You can see it here on the wings. There's like a really, really dark line. And it just helps you see the details more. Yeah, I agree. The cold tones with the little bits of warmth in the eyes, on the little red light here, with the brass, details on the weapons, and then the little bit of yellow that we have here on the base. It's a very well-composed figure overall. Series of figures, really. And all in true metallic metal. Very nice. I like how they all have their handguns kind of tucked back. Oh my god, Steep T is giving us a raid. Welcome in, Raiders, and welcome in, Steep T. We're very close to the end of this stream. I should alert you. We're very close to the end, but if you're looking for some good painting, you can still stick around because we will be launching another raid towards the end. Right now, we are just going through the Storm Report, which is an audience art share segment, so we'll be looking at a few more minis before that happens. Steep T, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you working on? I'm always curious. Lovely work, by the way, Bark Axe Miniatures. And good work. Damn good work getting 3 minis done in one stream. That's impressive shit. I get 1 mini done every, 4 streams at this rate. These days. Oh, here we have some work from Chewy, the D&D characters he's been working. I always love seeing Chewy's work. How do I submit my first mini, the Dork Ninjas? If you're interested in submitting to our Storm Report, you should know we do this every stream. Every single stream, we do an art review at the end of the stream. It is as easy to get into as going to the Thunderhead Studio Discord and posting up to 2 pictures in the Storm Report channel. It is closed right now. We close it when the Storm Report starts. However, the new one opens immediately after the stream. So if you hang out to the end of the stream, there's going to be a new channel. You can go ahead and get something in. I would love to see your first mini. Dark Ninjas, are you new to painting? Is it your first mini the first mini you did a while ago, or did you just get into the hobby? I want to see it either way, if I'm being honest. I'm just curious. Steep T, it is going fantastic. Thank you so much for bringing in your people. Thank you so much for the raid. And thank you so much for getting that shout out there, Riot Sister. Steep T, what were you working on today, man? And also, Chewy, God, just look at these minis. Effective color choices. Deep contrast. Particularly love the non-metallic metal, the fairly simple non-metallic metal, but very effective that we have on the rim of the shield here. We've got a few other small pieces of it on the hammer and whatnot, but I have to say, this on the edge, on the rim of your shield here, this is really standing out to me. I love the cool tones here with the lavender and the blue. Really nice work on the eyes, a little bit of red here to bring some interest. This might be my favorite of this set. I know we've already complimented the texturing that you did on this little brawling Minotaur monk, but I am loving the red transitions that we have here on the robes, and then all this yellow and brass work that you did on the edges. This is fantastic. You just painted it, Dork Ninjas. In that case, I am definitely interested in seeing what you got done. So there are 2 places you can post it that people are going to see it. On the Discord, first of all, there's the Showcase channel under Miniatures, where people can check it out on the Discord. But yes, if you would like to have it seen here on stream, and I would absolutely love for that to happen, wait for the end of the stream. The channel will be reset, and you can post it in the Storm Report on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We will be taking a look at it on Sunday when we come back, and I'll be going on at 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We're going to be painting some Conquest, the last argument of kings in oil paints, and then at the end of the stream at about 8:30 Mountain Time, we'll start up the Storm Report, and if you get in early, you'll be one of the first ones seen. But please stick around and post it. I love seeing people's first work. I absolutely love it. And please, let me give you a little piece of advice, Dork Ninjas. Save that mini. You may, at a certain point in the near future, be tempted to repaint it. You'll think, I've gotten better. I've learned all these new techniques. I'd like to go back and repaint the first mini. Don't do it. Don't do it. Restrain yourself. Hold on to that mini exactly how it is right now, because as you continue your painting journey, when you're 6 months, a year, 2 years, 5 years in, you're going to want to look back on that and hold it up to what you're painting now, just to understand the progress that you've made. It's something that, I don't actually have the very first mini that I painted. I just have some of the first minis, and I still love having them. Plan was to keep working on a mini you set aside at the start of Pride Month. Didn't sleep well last night, up super early, so I need to go to bed. Steep T, you go get some sleep, man. Go get yourself some rest. Come back and hit it hard next time, brother. Sleep is important. And there's no reason to try to force creativity, guys. I know that we try to do that, I know, a lot sometimes. Particularly as painters, we have a weird relationship with our art, because we have, I need to paint a squad, I need to paint an army, I need to paint, we set these goals for ourselves, but you need to work on it when you're feeling rested and inspired, Steep T. That's when you're going to do your best work, and I look forward to seeing it. didn't keep the first 15 years of minis. Yeah, now you get to just pretend like all of your work was always this amazing for Gatorung, you dirty so-and-so. What is this thing called rest? Sleep is a crutch, am I right? This is a great example of how lighting can affect minis. Is this outside? This is either outside or just under some intensely bright, super hard light. Please do, Steve T. You get yourself some rest. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for sharing your people with us. I hope that you have a very restful night, and I look forward to seeing you next time you're on, man. So, Chewy, this is actually helpful to me because, God, they look so much better here, don't they? I'm not saying they don't look good here. These are well-painted minis. I'm just saying that super harsh light and those hard shadows as compared to this, with the nice soft light and no shadows, it's amazing. It's absolutely incredible the difference that it can make. Kursala, no. If we listened to Kursala, everyone would be painting their models without priming them and then taking pictures in sunlight. It's insane. Really nicely done. I just noticed the copper NMM that you did kind of on the bindings and the fairings around this hammer too. Damn, that looks good. Same thing on the boss, on the shield. Chewy, you got some skills, man. Keep it up. And thank you for sharing with us today. Here we have from White Wolf, ignoring Sir Fuzzbutt's little mishap with clear coat that's gonna wind up with him getting a good soapy scrubbing. I've been working on some dragons for hubby. Nathavar and the dragon bust from Reaper's Miniatures Bones 5 Kickstarter. Well, Nathavar isn't new, but hasn't been readily available for like 3 years now. And the big old nasty dragon coming together. Oh, I love this little thing. I know that this isn't what I'm supposed to be looking at, but I gotta say, guys, this particular hand drill, the one from Tamiya, it's so nice. If you're out there using a pin vise right now thinking, this is a pain in the ass, look up the Tamiya hobby drill and get yourself one of these. It's a little hobby kit in and of itself. You have to build the drill. It comes on a plastic sprue with a couple motors and like copper contacts and stuff like that. So you're gonna have to build it. But the instructions are super easy to follow. And it's so much nicer than using a pin vise for a lot of applications. Not for all, you're still going to want a pin vise for really, really precise work. But if you're just like, I need to run a pinhole through this, it goes through so much easier. Even metal. It says it's for use on plastic and resin. If you're careful with metal and you can line things up carefully and not twist the bit or anything like that, like, it does a perfectly fine job, even going pretty deep into metal minis. Lovely looking hobby setup. I continue to be jealous of your sprue holder. Back here, the dragon bust is looking interesting. After the work that you did, after some of the last painting projects we've seen out of you, White Wolf, I'm very curious to see how you approach the dragon scales and the different coloration on there. Sunlight is better if you're photographing nail art, especially if there are holographic elements. Techno Sugar, here's the thing. Like, there's no one answer for all of photography. It depends on what you're photographing and what you're hoping to get out of it. Here we have from Brigitte Wolf. Brigitte, why did I say it that way? It's Bridget. But I'm throwing extra accents on things, I guess, today. A couple digital art commissions I finished on stream yesterday and today. It was a learning experience, as this was amazingly my first time drawing a strawberry of all things, as well as a bunny-style Mobian, modeled after one of the commissioner's pet bunny rabbits. Well, that horse is in love with that strawberry. Just munching away there, isn't it? Nice shading on this one, by the way, and I particularly like how the lines become a little fuzzier and less defined as we get down into the shadow. I saw you finishing this one up earlier on stream. I'm always impressed by 2D artists. You do, like, we miniature painters almost cheat, because all we're doing is taking detail that already exists and trying to sort of bring it out of the mini. Just show you what's already there. Two-dimensional artists have to take nothing and create something. Create depth, create shadow, create texture. and it's a skill set that I do not produce. This bunny looks pissed off, by the way. Like, the last time I get looked at like this, like, I had just cut someone off in traffic. It's making me a little uncomfortable there. I saw the reference image, by the way, and really nice job, particularly picking up the patterning on old buns. Excellent work, Bridget. Not mine, but I think this will elicit a response. I caught this one earlier. A few people have posted this one around. All I can think about this, just looking at this, all I can think is, I'm so uncivilized. Why is Obi-Wan murdering everyone? This is terrible. Oh yeah. So you want to play Uncivilized? Fine, let's play Uncivilized. This is Obi-Wan has had enough of your shit, is what this picture says to me. Oh my god. Called Survivor. Now what is the proposed sequence of events here? Is this like, because he has a slash across his chest, am I to surmise that he has defeated Darth Vader? And now he's murdering a bunch of stormtroopers? This doesn't seem very Obi-Wan like. This is some dark alternate universe shit going on here. I don't see why he couldn't do this. He's certainly manipulated more complex objects than a blaster trigger in the past. And I guess if you have enough of them, you don't even have to be aiming them very precisely. He did warn Vader he would become more powerful than he could possibly imagine. Oh, well, thank you for squaring. Thank you for squaring, Jesus. That's what my brain is doing. Thank you for squaring that with us, Shared. Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. Well, that'll bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and thus, as you may have guessed if you've been following along with the stream, the end of tonight's stream. There's a little delay there. I gotta check out my stream deck. Who are we gonna raid tonight, folks? Who is doing what? Let me have a look. Oh, Steela, if there's anything I can do to make your coffee taste better, you know I'm game. Not entirely sure what that means. Oh, MCB is playing a little Mass Effect. Megapedia is doing some painting. Commander Mittens is going. Thunderdome Drew is on. What's Commander Mittens? Commander Mittens is doing Blood Bowl. And then Thunderdome Drew is working on some Sisters of Battle. So what do we think, folks? Blood Bowl or Sisters of Battle? It looks like Warhammer are pretty much going to be our choices tonight for painting. We haven't rated Commander Mittens in a while, but I also don't do Blood Bowl for the most part. We haven't rated Thunderdome Drew in a while, for that matter. So we've got a lot of good choices. I think we've rated Thunderdome Drew a lot more than we've rated Commander Mittens. So let's go ahead and make that happen. Actually, hang on. How long is she going to be going for? Let me make sure I'm not going to raid you into a stream that's ending. Because I've done that before and it's embarrassing. Because then you're just getting bounced from one stream to the next. Nobody wants that. Thunderdome Drew is a little bit deeper into the actual painting process at the moment, so that is where we are gonna go. Boom. Let's get that started. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemex, thank you to everybody who joined me tonight. We've had a couple of breaks lately, but I don't anticipate any more for at least a month or two. And I'm hoping the next time that Hathrir comes out to visit me or anyone else comes out to visit me, we will be able to go ahead and still have a stream. The game room should be set up and ready to actually stream some tabletop games by then. I'm planning on in August having that actually done. and being able to start doing those streams, we will undoubtedly have a test stream of something fairly simple before we launch full on into doing something crazy like a game of BattleTech. We are going to be back Sunday the 25th, painting some Conquest in oil. Also, again, Tuesday the 27th, we're going to be hammering away on that project until the Skirmish Force is done. Then we're going to be transitioning our painting streams back into Warcaster so we can get our Returnus Continuum Force up to a full-size force before coming back to Conquest, getting 100 Kingdoms up to full size, and then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. We'll be doing 3D design next Thursday, and then on Saturday the 31st, we'll have a movie night. Check out the Discord for more information on that. I am going to send you over to Thunderdome Drew. As always, a huge thank you to my mod team. You make this possible. Until next time, folks, keep on painting.